Hey everybody, welcome back. It's another Westerosi weekend. It's another Sea of Spears Sunday. It is a Westerlands Journey, which actually worked for Westerlands Journey and Westerlands Tourney, and yet also worked for neither. As we are currently
Most of the
hanging out,
latter.
mostly that one. We are hanging out in Lannisport at a tournament here in the middle of our wedding arc. We're making our way down the west coast of Westeros and traveling a bit with one Tyrion Lannister. Perhaps you've recall him from some television programs where he had
Not mine all part.
a few scenes of decent acting uh, and the like. Um, so they, yeah, the young scions of House Nymaryen got a formal Lannistarian wedding, a formal Lannistarian invite to this tourney, where they then returned the favor and offered some invitations to the Lady Rhaena's wedding. Because they were in some negotiations about getting some Westerlands blood down in the Stoneway and environs, thinking about picking up some handmaidens and some squires and getting some betrothal, some not quite formal betrothal propositions, right? Some discussions of betrothals and all that. So we had some politicking going on with the Lady Jenna Lannister and the Lady Dorna Lannister in particular. And we had some knocking knights off of horses with sticks as Luke clashed with Sir Amory Lorch, Sir Merlin Crakehall, and Lord Ontario Jest. And as Bela clashed with Sir Stefford Lannister, Sir Harris Harlaw, and Lord Andros Brax. So we've had some tourney action. We've had some on the sidelines negotiating with the women folk action. We've had some hanging out and drinking post challenges for the day action. And the tourney is now past the halfway point. So today, in universe, the today, which is also not coincidentally today in real life, this episode, they overlap. Uh, there's a little bit more jousting as the joust approaches kind of finals, but also the archery contest is planned for today. So the tourney continues. The melee is approaching, but kind of on the upside. There's no politicking and team building needed for this melee because it is a free for all. But on the downside, it is a free for all, which means no trying to assemble dream teams and that sort of thing. But yeah, the melees are coming. The joust kind of finals are approaching. Uh, Kevin Lannister and a few of his cousins and the like have been keeping track of who's doing the best in the joust, and they're starting to kind of narrow the field towards who can end up with the highest total and that sort of thing. The master of lists is on it. Um, so yeah, the whole heckin' tourney is continuing apace, and that's where we're at. Just chilling in Lannisport, doing stuff,
Huzzah.
doing stuff.
Uh, okay.
What?
I'm not totally keen on a lot of politicking today just because I have a really nasty headache and it requires thinking to politic well.
Yeah. And the good news is there shouldn't be much politicking left for you. You have punted on the betrothal problem by
Yeah.
just saying, "Hey, let's I'll have them come to the wedding and let them meet more of the family, including the ones that we're trying to maybe marry them to." And so yeah, that's kind of on hold. Uh, Reina is probably expected to socialize with the ladies still and kind of watch the joust with them, since that's where you've been the last few days. You don't want to just be like, all right, well, I gave some of you bitches invites, deuces, see you at the wedding, right? Like, so you probably hang out with them and eat some finger food and gossip a bit. Um, but it needn't be active role playing scenes if you're not feeling it, because I'm also kind of not feeling it. I didn't sleep great last night. So um yeah, we don't have to necessarily role play out minute for minute the gossiping and backbiting among the
Mhm.
wealthiest and most influential women in the Westerlands.
I
uh
thought this was Real Housewives of
yeah,
Westeros.
yeah. I'll just condescend to Felicia later off stream, and we'll be all caught up. That's
That's, let's see how that's not unusual. Um,
For the record, Bodhi is in the room with Felicia now to occasionally give her a smug look for, I'm younger and prettier and blonde. So that's just helping Felicia roleplay, uh,
Bodhi,
hanging out in
Bodhi,
this.
Very
Bodhi,
Lannister.
Yeah,
Bodhi.
yeah. So
she
just
was,
just helping
uh,
with atmosphere.
she's asleep just over there on the other side of my desk. So we're good to go.
All right. So that is where we are at. Uh, that is what is on the docket for today, according to the Master of Lists. Is some ongoing jousting, and then seeding the field for part of the day for the archery contest. That's where we're at. So, yon player characters awaken in their inn. It's breakfast time. Uh, there's probably kind of poached eggs with seafood, and like biscuits, because again, it's another. Not coincidentally, these cities are on the ocean, because that's where cities go. Back in the day, that's where they all go with
Yeah,
access to the water. So
and that's basically like an eggs royale is like poached eggs,
right,
smoked salmon on a
yeah.
muffin with
So you're
hollandaise.
getting stuff like that for breakfast.
I
You're
will make my way down and get some food.
Right?
Yeah, me too.
uh, and yeah, you are all able to do so with that incident. If you would like to speak to one another, you may. You have my
Not
you
really
have my
big on talking to my siblings.
you
Uh,
have my leave.
Why, you think you're too good for us?
Yes.
do we know ahead of time, like, they
Yes.
post updated lists, like who's going to be facing who?
Yeah, that is of interest.
They do not. They've been announcing the jousters, kind of on each round.
You want to be a
Uh,
surprise?
yeah. There is a list
It's harder to poison people.
that is keeping
That's
track
fair.
of kind of who is out, because some jousters have just lost too much, um, and are no longer capable of coming back and taking first.
Right.
So like once that happens, uh, most of them just kind of bow out. They're like, all right, like if I can't, uh, if I'm not going to be able to get the points for first, why risk injury and further having to ransom back armor and stuff, because that is also going to be going on, and the debts will be paid by the end of the week. Because this is a not single elimination joust, you're not actually getting armor and a horse at the end of each match, because people are still able to but there are kind of letters of credit exchanging hands type of thing, so people will still be able to gather coin at the end of the week, uh for armor and a horse, but the people are keeping their armor and horse because they're continuing to tilt. But again, some of these people that are just like, no, like I'm a little beat up, I'm a little tired, I don't think I'm gonna keep going, um, if there's not much in it for them. So there are, an assortment of knights that are kind of, according to the gossip mongers, have withdrawn, but they don't like post it, real, officially. There's no list of like who's gonna fight later on today
Is there
or
any
who's
notable names that the rumors are at least talking about?
that have
Dropped out.
dropped out. Um, Lord Andros Brax. You guys are somewhat friendly with a few of his kids, and traveled the last little bit here with him. He has withdrawn, ceding the field to the next generation. He's like mid 50s, so like he did a token couple of jousts, but like this is a young man's game. I'm gonna field this shit for too long.
It's like,
I don't.
ouch.
Yeah,
That's fair.
it's like I'm not gonna keep doing this. Um, Lord Sebastian Farman has bowed out again. He's the Lord of Fair Isle, but he's not really his bag. Lord Ontario Jast, after that was like his second loss was to Luke, and he's just like, nah, I'm fine. He's punching out now when he's up by some coin still. Lord Leo Lefford of Golden Tooth, a quite wealthy and prominent
Have we been to Golden
Lannister
Tooth?
banner.
That sounds familiar.
You guys went past it and traveled a bit with a few of them. He again was just kind of making a token couple of jousts to be here. Uh, Lord Philip Plum, again has jokingly said he doesn't want to take the glory from his sons, and has ceded the field. Sir Stefford Lannister has perhaps just listened to his lady wife after a couple losses in a row, um, and Sir Samwell Spicer has bowed out after, again, for most of these guys it's like 2 losses in a row and we're gonna call it, which
Yeah.
used to be the rule that I used like playing comp in Overwatch. After 2 losses, it stops being fun. I start to get tilted, because that's what these guys are doing, but also to the tune of a couple thousand silver stags each time. So some of them are,
That does get old very quickly.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
It's
whether
like
your
5 gold a time.
whether your house starts with a +20 wealth or not, it's not super fun to keep getting beat up and hit until a couple thousand silver stags come out. So some
Like
of
drop
them are, yeah, they're just like, we're just gonna chill. We're gonna take a break. Um, but yeah, unfortunately, no. Um, Sir Gregor Clegane did not get distracted by something and leave. He's just like,
Ah.
yeah. Sir Lynn Corbray is still here, determined to keep on
Right on.
fighting, and yeah, the strong boar.
I heard that.
Yeah, he's gonna mount up and wield his lance. That's what he's here to do. This strong boar has not quit the field yet, so
Well, he's not a quitter.
so yeah, that's the kind of gossip making the rounds. That the innkeep. So I heard that Sir Samuel has decided to take a break, and right, so you guys are able to kind of pick up on a little of the gossip that the field is narrowing a bit.
I'm reconsidering being in the melee.
You should.
Okay.
Wait, I
In
should
what-
maybe not enable this.
In what direction? You were and you don't want to be, or you aren't and you want to be?
I'm reconsidering whether it's a good idea for me to be in the melee.
Yeah, I mean, it is a free-for-all one rather than a teams one, so there isn't that sort of buffer. Which is why I'm not doing it.
I'm only afraid of one person on that field, but the very odds of them
Being one of the
carrying
last
through to
ones.
the end are very high.
Yeah. I kind of feel the same.
And I'm not too proud to admit that I do not want to face the mountain who rides in one-on-one combat.
Yeah. You don't want to get too beat up before your wedding, you know?
You wanna be fresh and unbruised for the wedding night.
That would be nice.
More for me.
In
No
Dorian,
man
it may
wants-
not matter so much, but
No man wants
Some-
such a sullied wife.
Oh,
I wouldn't go that far.
Right? Me neither.
yeah.
Hell,
You haven't met Willis yet. He has a reputation for being gallant and charming, but who knows?
Stay in the same story you want. More glory for me.
You sound confident.
Yes.
You gonna show that mountain what for?
I will show any opponent what for, as you say.
I look forward to it.
I will not be looking forward to facing the mountain. I will put off that
See,
and
this
let
is the
others
person who has
whittle.
actually been in,
Yeah.
in like, well, I mean we all have, but like, you can tell she's the one with like the highest sort of military knowledge. Like, yeah, he's going to be scary.
Baylor's like, I know how to beat the mountain. I go home and get my archers, and then
And the cavalry.
and then we get the high ground somewhere. And
Quite. I think Adam is going to be in kind of high spirits and excited because he's about to compete in the archery.
good.
Speaking of competitors, has anybody seen Lynn today?
Not yet.
Are you looking for him?
I suppose I am.
Are you going to challenge him at joust?
I mean, we're already in the same joust. If we go up against each other, I will joust him. I don't
Okay,
think
so,
we can challenge people.
It's alright. I'm just a little surprised and curious about what you want him for.
I was just curious if he was still here. Anybody seen him?
Yes.
So you have seen him.
Yes. Briefly.
Then why'd you say no?
Well, I didn't know if you meant like right now or like earlier or.
I meant this morning. It's morning time.
Sorry. I guess that's the question of like, did Adam get kicked out again?
Did Adam go to his room, or did Adam invite him to Adam's room? Where was your tryst last night?
I mean, I've not like really been keeping track. I could roll a d6 and determine it.
Because he does not kick you out of your room. He's not. It's not quite that power move. He doesn't just. It doesn't make you leave.
Yeah, I don't know. Like basically, unless he has a preference, Adam's not going to have a preference.
He was gone when you awoke in your bedchamber.
Okay.
This morning. How about that?
Right.
But yeah,
Oh, right.
He doesn't go to your room and like finish and like toss your clothes. Like, nah, get out.
I figured, but yeah, okay.
This is mine now.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, no, not this morning. Like, it's on late last night, but that was it.
Alright. How about Tyrion? Can we see Tyrion?
It's early yet.
He might still be sleeping off last night.
Lucky bastard.
all right.
Well, good luck out there then,
Yeah.
sister.
Same to you, brother.
I'm typing. Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. I was just making sure it wasn't like a DM I was about to get. All right then. Reyna, anything to add to your sibling discussion this morning? No? Just like, fuck these nerds?
No, nobody tried to argue with me either way on my vague sort of possible decision to not be the main.
I think there's plenty of good reasons to not be in it. But it's also fun to go in bash weapons against other people. So
It is.
For the record, the melee will include the ransoming of armor. So even if you're not, the last man standing, like as long as you take out a person or two, you can come out ahead in coin a bit.
I take it as bad form to keep the stuff rather than take the money.
Right.
Yes,
Very bad for it.
it's a good way to start a feud. Like it's that sort
It's
of
like-
insult to leave a man shamed and without his stuff is
Yeah.
yeah.
So I take it like archery is going to be like before noon and the joust is going to be after.
Sure.
Okay.
So
It's like,
anything else? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just two other like small time related questions of like how much time do you think is going to be between the end of the archery and the start of the jousting?
A lunch break.
Lunch break. And is it going to be daylight by the end of the joust, or is it going to be like nighttime?
They will end before sundown.
Okay.
Nobody wants to joust anywhere near the dark if they can help it. It's too
Yeah, that
easy
makes
for
sense.
a horse to get hurt, etc., etc.
Cool.
I mean,
Uh,
they
no
do
further
that. I
questions.
mean, even for battles here, they call them off at night.
Often, yeah. At least the knights do. All right. Like, I'm not gonna ride my horse in the dark. And yeah. So all right then. Any other particular morning plans for the Nymaryen kids?
Get ready for the competition and dress fabulously. That's
I think we're going to spend the rest of the morning solving mysteries. Are there any mysteries to solve?
Right? Right?
There's the mystery of where's the archery field? Oh, that's right.
Mm,
It's over there with all the targets.
I mean, if you want to solve a mystery, you could go looking for one.
Looking for a
Then I have to solve two mysteries. The mystery of what the mystery is.
Yeah, it's
Right.
a lot of work.
Two, the mystery.
Bonus mystery.
It's got time consuming.
Yeah, I'm only up for one mystery.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Too much. It's too much. The only thing I'm going to do is make sure that I get a message off to Highgarden about the extra guests.
Okay.
That's
I don't
good.
know. I don't like it here. I don't know anybody.
You know lots of people here.
yeah.
I mean, I know of them.
You know,
Is there,
us.
is there
But
someone in
is it-
particular that you're missing?
I mean, lots of people, sure, but like our good servants. How come I didn't even bring you my servants?
Because they've got lives to lead, I guess, and they didn't need to come on tour with us.
I don't know. You could have brought someone.
I know. I didn't think about it.
I don't think Bessa would have left Wyvern's Rest.
That's a good point.
She has gotten rather attached to those kitchens.
She's probably like forcibly stuffing rolls and cheese into grandfather's mouth
I
right
want to
now.
let my armor out if I keep hanging around Bessa.
That's what breastplate stretcher's for.
What did you say? That's what it's for?
And that's what a breastplate stretcher is for.
Oh, okay.
What did you think I said?
Oh,
Did you think I said something rude?
It was something weird. I don't know.
Maybe I said something terribly Scottish.
No, it wasn't your fault. It was mine. I can't hear very well, so.
She's getting on in years, and the ears are.
I can't argue with that. It's true.
All right, let's move on to some archery then. As tends to be the case, the highborn that take part in the archery contest are kind of immediate crowd favorites because it's kind of uncommon, because it is seen as a bit of a low sport. Highborn men are supposed to be jousting and that sort of thing. So word has spread, though, of Adam the Archer.
A coward's weapon, some would say.
This Dornish lad.
It is not. How dare you?
I mean,
Some would say.
uh,
And they would be wrong. A coward's weapon is a crossbow. Have
like-
strong. Well, I and Adam have strong feelings about this.
like an archer does the work with his own 2 hands. It's honest
Yeah.
labor.
A crossbow that relies on a machine.
Yeah.
What?
A
well,
winch. Ah.
they're not very
Only
accurate.
winches I like are in taverns.
Yeah, so absolutely. Firstly, they're not very accurate at range. Secondly, they take ages to reload. And third, they're just vulgar.
They lean him down on their thigh and crank away. You know what that looks like?
And then he swishes his cape dramatically and walks out the room.
Just vulgar.
So, you have a decent-sized field of Westerland's commoners with bows of varying quality. A few of them seem to be archers in service to House Lannister, and they're actually like wearing the house colors. Most of them aren't. None of them are particularly remarkable looking. It's just kind of a bunch of peasants that brought their bows.
If I'm able to, I would like to be beside little Robert.
You and little Robert, as the only highborn competitors, are able to stand kind of where you want. Most of them,
You just kick a peasant out of the way.
yeah, the archery contest is not the. They don't micromanage the archery contest very much. Basically, is where it goes. That nobody has to stand in a certain place. It's just, all right, assemble the rabble, and let's let them shoot a few times, and then we thin the field, and then the judges start to do more work.
So I have a quick mechanical, sort of almost mechanical question. Like, realistically speaking, like, I should absolutely be using my Goldenwood longbow. Mechanically, the mechanical stuff to do with the bows is to do with damage, really, and not to do with, like, archery contest. It's not really got them in mind. So does it actually make any difference mechanically, or not?
You can have a bonus to hit from a castle forged bow, and the range bracket might matter, because I know some of the bows have better range than the others. But yeah, damage doesn't. Damage and armor piercing aren't going to be issues. You're looking for to hit bonuses and high accuracy.
Yeah, like, I think neither of my bows actually have any of that. Well, I don't. Not from the notes that I've got anyway. Neither of them have anything special. In that way, they seem to be damage orientated. But one is a longbow, which is the one that's better for long range. Give me a second. Where is it? Okay. There's longbow, long range. Where's the other one? All right, they've both got the same stuff, so it doesn't. I think I don't think it actually mechanically matters. They don't have to hit bonuses or anything. They just have. They both have long range, which is.
Yeah. So it's just which one do you prefer?
I mean, I'll go with the Goldenwood longbow because I've not actually used that in a tourney yet.
Okay.
And it was one of my name day presents, so I'm going to use that, even though it's a little bit less impressive than the Dragonbone one.
All right. So yeah, the field of rabble are assembled. Robert Frey and Adam Nymaryen are able to take kind of whatever spots they wish to within it. Robert is looking. He gives you like a pleasant hello smile, but then he goes back to looking serious because he knows that he got. They let him win at the last one, and
He wants to earn this one.
needs to do this himself, type of thing. So, let's prep those dice. Let's go marksmanship plus whatever specialty dice are appropriate. And let's roll.
Yeah, so I'm rolling 6 dice because I've got 4 marksmanship, a bonus dice for for bows, and an extra kit dice for expertise. So I'm rolling 6 keeping 5. Oh, and dropping on the floor as well. Okay, that's not brilliant. That is 10, 17, 18.
Second.
That was not great. I rolled a couple of 1s there and a 3.
Happens to everybody.
It was not good.
Okay, and again, we're gonna say that each roll here is a grouping of 3 arrows.
Okay.
Um,
Can we
and
do it?
here, no, just one roll will be a volley, like each round. And what they're doing in the first couple rounds is just looking for the sloppiest fucking groupings. And you can tell that Lord Joffrey Lannister, Master of Lists, does not give a fuck about archery. You notice that the crowd is almost exclusively small folk as well, and it's just not the priority to a lot of people. So the first round, let's say that they are starting with 40 archers. They look for like the 5 sloppiest groups. Everybody else just moves on. So then they're just looking for, all right, here's the the target, and you don't necessarily need to hit a bullseye. It just needs to be arrows in the target, and then they're looking for the tightest grouping of 3, right? So then they're like, okay, these ones are visibly like the worst, so let's cut these 5. You come out clean ahead enough to make it through, and without anybody formally checking the quality of these groups, you're not sure right where you are in the field. You're definitely coasting through this first kind of disqualification round. Robert Frey looks quite pleased with his grouping. And then you can't help but notice there's a small folk archer down towards the end of the line that, squinting at it from here, looks like you had a tighter grouping than Robert. So there's a couple of you that are starting to kind of, stand out a little. But mostly they end up kicking out they're supposed to kick out 5 worst archers, and instead they're like, these last 2, whatever, both of them. So they kick out a half dozen instead. And now we are moving on to the next round.
Hey,
Shooting
Rusty,
3. Yeah.
seeing there's not a lot of interest in the archery, can I try to drum up some support and bring some cool chaps down that way?
Oh, that's nice of you.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, just your
a,
presence is enough, but thank you.
a persuasion roll. What specialties do you have that you think would apply?
I have archery interest generating specialty.
Okay. But no.
Too specific? Just seduce and intimidate.
All right. Neither of those are
Most
particularly
people, unless I want to be really weird about it,
appropriate
most
here.
people a little off.
Yeah. So yeah, just roll persuasion then.
I do have the Blood of Illyria bonus, I guess that applies, but
Cool.
Yeah, they'll do it because you're imposing.
all right. Ooh, I got let's see, 17 plus the +2 to Blood of Illyria, 19.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to catch a couple of knights that are kind of trudging past, looking a little hungover because they planned to sleep in because it's just archery. They knew the joust wasn't starting till the afternoon, and maybe a few of them are on their way to and from blacksmiths that were patching up some dents in their armor or whatever. But you're able to find a few of these men that
I will
you've
pry
jousted
them with some
and
wine.
yeah. So you're able to start drumming up a couple.
All right.
Okay.
I'll be Pied Pipering my group that way so we can watch.
All right. What was Adam's total for this second volley?
Oh, I hadn't rolled it yet. I was
Oh.
I was waiting for Luke to do his thing. Oh,
No
that's way better. Okay.
Okay.
There's 3 6s in there. And cool. I'm keeping all 6s and 5s. That's awesome. So
Okay.
12, 22, 28 for that one. That's a much better roll.
Okay. They decide to go with it again, and they kick out the worst 6. So nobody's paying super close attention to the better ones. They're just looking for like visibly the sloppiest. Like this guy, if somebody misses the target with one shot, they're clearly gone. And so that's what they're paying attention to this time. Lord Joffrey has a few Lannister crossbowmen running around doing the stuff. So they end up kicking out another 6. But you're able to take a look. Your group is a little bit tighter than Robert Frey's. He had to metagame for a moment, he had a 25 this round, which was pretty tight grouping.
Yeah.
You are 3 points better than him, so your grouping is a little bit tighter. That archer down at the other end was about that same 3 points better than yours. His grouping was looking like it's hard to see. You got to squint to see it kind of crossways, and people are walking back and forth as the small folk are recovering their arrows. Like it almost looks like it's one thick arrow down there at the end. So there's definitely a guy that's looking competitive down there at the far end.
Hey, y'all see that small folk down there? The warrior is with him today.
And let's say that you are, you found the Brax boys, Sir Titos, Sir Robert, and Sir Flement, the 3 sons of Lord Andros that you guys have traveled with some, and some of them were at your tourney down in Nymaryen lands. And Sir Titos nods. He says, I hear the warriors with him most days. That's Angai. Some call him the Archer.
Angai the archer. You think he can beat my brother? Couple of silver stags on it, if you wish.
Silver, how dare you?
He says, I heard he took home the silver arrow the last time they hosted an archery contest in Highgarden. And he lifts an eyebrow and goes, and he looks hesitant, but the youngest one, Flement, says, how many silver stags?
10?
He gives a nod. 10 it is.
Drinking money.
Fuck, he's cannon as well. He's made a powerful enemy today.
There's no rules, as far as I'm aware, who didn't look into it, against shooting him with one of your arrows.
I think
You won't get all 3 grouped, but he'll get 0 grouped if you shoot him good enough.
I would definitely get disqualified for that. That does not.
The guy in charge does not seem to be paying much attention. I think 50-50.
Look, just be a good brother and bribe the Master of Lists to fucking kick him out.
You can't bribe a Lannister. That's like bringing water to the fucking ocean.
To the third volleys.
This fucking guy. My roll was not. Oh no, that's not looking very good. I don't like it. I don't like it. Right, that is 15, 19. That's 22 this time.
10 silver stags. Do better.
So with your 22, you once again safely make the cut quite comfortably. Your group is exactly at your best guess as the 2 of you are recovering arrows next to each other. You and Robert Frey have a pretty similar triangle going in your grouping.
points have I got?
And
Don't like
uh,
this.
that archer down at the end pulls out two of his arrows with one hand. They were so close together.
Oh, I hate
And the third is not far out. He's a rather
Wait,
shabby-looking, lean
Is
fellow.
this guy joined the Brotherhood Without Banners in the book?
I mean, it could
Hang
be a
on.
different Ant guy. The
Oh, he's
archer.
probably a different one. Different
Yeah,
Robin Hood.
it could be different. A different guy. Could be.
Mm.
So it's looking pretty good. With a negligent gesture where he's
Great,
like,
I bet it's Robin Hood.
he's like, this is taking too long. Lord Joffrey just waves, and half of the remaining archers are sent home. Like, they're just like, no, this 5 per, which they have yet to do. It's been 6 per at minimum. He's like, no, this is too many. So the field is cut from 28 to 14. And everyone's able, they adjust a few of the targets in a little closer. And now everyone has their own target. Instead of needing, distinctive fletchings to keep track and whatnot. And they're just like, I don't care about this. I'm here because I'm master of lists and it's my job. And we're getting to the point where they might start to count the groupings more distinctly. They've been looking for the worst groupings and then just sending people home. Now they're going to start probably looking for the best. So, next volley. Let's let fly.
Genuinely anxious with this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Time to reach that bag of destiny points.
It really is. I've got a bunch, but I would be keeping a 1, which is not really, probably not worth it, unless it's a threshold number.
Remember, you can make them drop a die as well.
Right, that's 15, which I think keeping a 1's not going to make a difference to. But I don't know what I would be doing, like, in character that would make someone else drop a dice.
Right. Give me 1 second here as I.
Because I am playing fair rather than cheating.
Enough of them squeaked under your total that you do make the cut into the next round. And this time, again, they just send half of them home. So you are down to 7 archers on the field. So a couple of them were really close to your total.
I'm changing dice.
Robert shot his worst grouping yet, but was a 20. So he actually was looking pretty good that round.
This guy's psyching us out.
The shabby-looking fellow from the Dornish Marches, who is humming a Dornish Marches tune as he kind of ambles up and retrieves his arrows. As you guys are all kind of packed in closer, you can see that he's got a shock of red hair. He doesn't look much older than you. You'd say like maybe 20-ish, early 20s. He's long and lanky. Looks like he's built to pull a bow. He's broad in the shoulders, but not muscular elsewhere. And it just looks like, like that's the type of person that's, the Michael Phelps of archery build, where you've got long arms for power and, the shoulders and chest to draw back a bow, but you're not really built for sword play, right? Like, you just, like, this guy looks like he knows his stuff. And so we are down to 7, and now they're going to be dropping the worst grouping is how they will progress from here on out. The worst shot will be sent home.
I was not expecting it to do this tense. I hate it.
So
Wow. So
So
perhaps I
let's roll.
shouldn't have bet against the warrior.
Let's accept, I guess.
Give my silver stags a good home. Nice stables, lots of brushes.
Okay, that's not bad. It's 23.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to come out bottom for that. I don't think. Although, if keeping 2 would help, I am prepared to spend Destiny to keep that.
Okay.
But I don't think a 2 is really... 2 is probably not going to make a difference.
You are 3, 4, 5. 1 second. 6. Because now I'm actually rolling the correct number of. Now that we're down to a holy shit, dude. Nothing. Everything's fine.
What?
This dude, fucking. This dude's like for generic faceless archer. I'm giving them marksmanship 4 and 1 specialty die, right? And this guy just rolled all 6s, 1 5. So like, he's fucking here to play. This nameless
stepped up.
archer number 7 just shot his shot. So, all right, it is a 12 that gets sent home.
Avery Archer is his name, I say.
So that guy gets the boot.
If I lose my nice by name, I'm gonna be so annoyed.
There was another archer whose grouping was similarly sloppy. It was a 12 that lost. It was a 13 that barely eked it in. Robert Frey shot his worst this round with just a 16. So he's in, but you get the feeling that as it gets closer to championship, it feels like he's maybe struggling a bit under the pressure. But everybody makes it. We are done.
I'm gonna give him a little squeeze on the shoulder to try and reassure him.
Is Mormont here watching?
Yes, the Lady Alisane is here.
Alisane.
Of course, yeah.
Anyone
You
else?
actually get like you give little Robert a little squeeze on the shoulder and a little nod, like it's okay, and he gives you a half reassured smile, and then you guys hear horns blowing, and Lord Joffrey Lannister says, "Do not interfere with the other archers."
No touching.
No touching! No touching!
And he stands up and is pointing in the general direction of everyone, but you're pretty sure it was you that he meant it for.
No touching.
My friend. Oh wow. Okay.
All right, next
I won't
volley.
deny it.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
There's
He
no
gives a
friendship
shit.
in archery.
Are not good enough. Why am I rolling bad? This is not okay. That is 18. That is 20. So that's one of my worst ones. Oh, I hate this. This is so terrible.
All right, 1 second. 3 surviving peasants. Get that. Oof, race to the bottom. Get that. Fucking, you go. We get that. The disqualified archer this round is the one that got a 13 last round. He got a 13 again this round, which is barely the lowest. The archer next to him had a 14. The guy that got a 24 last time got a 20 this time. He is in the groove. His 4 marksmanship dice are on fire. So he's staying in it. What was your total this time, Ash?
It was 80. One, was it? Yeah, 20.
So you are still in it. Robert beats you by a bit. He got a 23.
Okay. I don't mind that. If I
Uh,
lose to Robert, I'll be alright with it. I just don't want to lose to this other guy.
the red-haired archer from the Dornish Marches got a 36.
Holy
What?
crikey.
Yes, his dice were yes. His dice were yes. He was dropping a 5 as a not kept dice. Like he
I thought I had this in the bag, but
sometimes you get lots of pips.
oh,
But
man.
the field narrows yet again.
There's like 4
It's-
now.
And it is now Adam Nymaryen, Robert Frey, Angai, and 2 Westerland's small folk.
And guy.
So let's roll for our next volleys. We are down to 5 archers.
Okay. I don't hate that. 2, that's 10. That is 22. I'm dropping a 2 that I'm prepared to spend Destiny to keep if it makes a difference.
Okay. One second. Get these last couple. This fucking-
Did he roll over 30 again?
No, it's this last dude. The last one that I'm rolling for has got a 24, 20, 20 on his 4 dice. The last 3 rolls. Like, he's just like, it's my moment. No one's going to take today from me. I'll have this coin to get Papa the medicine he needs. And, like, he's just,
Don't give him a backstory.
shooting his little heart out, not knowing how outclassed he is.
Don't make me feel bad for them. Don't treat them like people. I can't deal with it.
And so,
I will buy their
Get this one harvest in.
the
Everyone-
high,
Let me win, and I will buy all your papa's medicine.
the highest total from this round is Angai the Archer with a 24, followed very closely by Adam Nymaryen with his 22, who is a hair better than Robert Frey with his 21, who is a hair better than Westerland's lad with a 20, who is significantly better than Westerland's small folk with his 13.
His
So-
dad's also sick.
The first of
Just out of curiosity, what's the prize like for winning this?
coin.
An amount?
I need to
10
go.
money.
Yeah,
Amount unspecified.
I need to look it up for, but it's whatever the default is for one prize for an extra event. It is that in gold. I just don't have it written down off the top of my head.
That's fine. I'm just looking at how much I'm prepared to bribe them to throw it.
So we are down to 4 archers, and once again, some Lannister crossbowmen are, coming and going, and they pull some targets away, and it's down to the 4 of you, and Robert is like, for the record, there are prizes for both first and second, so it's not quite the Olympics where 4th is the cutoff. It's small folk, so they're like, fuck them. First and second get stuff, not third. No, fuck third, right? So you guys are getting into like quarterfinals territory, and it is a straw blonde-haired peasant lad. Looks like maybe a shepherd or a farmer of some type that has like a battered and scuffed short bow. Is your final.
I mean, he's doing
other
amazing
competitor.
on
this guy's killing it.
like, it's
And
intimidating.
then the red-haired, kind of shabby-looking archer from the Dornish marches, who is whistling softly to himself a marcher tune as he kind
If
of, and
anything,
he's moving languidly, right? Like he's just going like listen, you don't win anything for speed under this, and he's just kind of like it's just a day at the office. He's just looking. I don't want to say lazy about it, but we'll go with languid. He's just kind of taking his time, going show, going slow, taking his shots. Um, yeah, looking good. All right.
every single new bit of information makes me hate him more.
He also has on a fantastic half cape. I'm just kidding.
I'll kill him.
In fact, you think it's one of yours? What happened? Uh, so, all right, let's move down. We've got our 4 archers. Shoot your shots.
So good. Sorry, I'm very excited. I rolled 4 6s.
Make him drop a dice.
And a 4 and a 2. They're less impressive, but I rolled 4 6s. That is 20.
Nice.
That is 28 altogether. If 30 would make a difference, I'm absolutely taking the 30.
All right, remember, you just need to not be last.
Yeah, I don't need to not be last, but that's the best I've rolled so far. I'm excited. Oh, that went so well. Like, I feel like now I'm just gonna roll utter crap after this.
You do want to spend destiny points to hold on to a D6 for later.
Oh,
New mechanic, perfectly balanced. Implement right now. Play testing not needed.
Oh, that was a nice roll. I'm happy about that.
Okay.
Do that again
We-
next time.
We have a bit of drama this round.
Oh no.
Adam Nymaryen has the tightest trio of arrows, and now they're starting to measure these specifically. The Lannister crossbowman officer that's out there has a bit of twine that he's using, and he kind of holds it on one arrow and loops it up and around to make like a length for each grouping. But you win with a 28. You have the best in this round. Anguy the archer perhaps phoned it in a bit, just like last time, with a 24. Little Robert Frey and little blonde-haired archer both have exactly 20. And so, Lord Joffrey Lannister listens as this Lannister crossbowman runs up and whispers it into his ear. And Joffrey Lannister sits up in that fancy chair that Kevin Lannister will sit in later, overseeing the event people care about. And Joffrey Lannister steeples his fingers and looks at you, Adam, and says, "The Frey boy shot poorly this round,"
Oh,
and gestures him away.
Bullshit.
yeah, fucking bullshit. But if I fucking say something, I'm gonna get kicked out as well.
I'm
Oh,
yelling
it's-
bullshit.
So much. Yeah, you can roll. You by all means shout bullshit.
He doesn't seem to notice the
I
crowd,
will definitely be glaring bullshit at him.
and he just looks kind of smugly back at you, Adam. And Robert kind of goes, "It's all right. I did my best." And he goes and
Robert.
a handshake to the small folk that he just lost to, and gives a nod to Anguy the archer, and then he shakes your hand, and Lord Joffrey says, "Do not interfere with the other archers." And then
It's fine, Robert. I'll see you.
Robert had to kind of like recoil, and he's like, "What's he gonna do? Disqualify me twice?"
Next
And he kind of mutters to you, and then He turns, he gives a little bit of a wave towards you, Luke, as he makes his way off the field towards the Lady Alisane, who scoops him up in a big old hug, and is like, "Oh, look how good you did," and stuff like that. So, we are down to 3 archers.
Get revenge.
This little peasant dude, I'm rooting for him. I'm sorry. That's not why that happened, but I'm just saying, this kid's rolling his heart out. All right.
I mean, good for him, but that guy just fucking did dirty on my boy.
We are down to the last 3. Let's
Need
go.
to win for Robert now. I don't know if I will though.
Well, don't say it so derisively.
I wasn't
That's the
saying
other
it.
Robert.
Oh no, I wasn't meaning it.
Yeah, for the king.
Right. That is 8, 16, 18, 21. Right, okay, there's 21 before I've spent anything. I could potentially, if I keep my lowest, that would get me to 24.
This little fucking dude.
Randall the Rando.
This dude. All right. I'm gonna leave the destiny point up to you in a moment. Okay.
Okay.
And Guy the Archer is back in form with a 29. A really, really tight grouping.
What's his lowest dice?
Would have been a 3. The yellow-haired Westerland small folk with his plucky keep 4d6 got a 23. This kid is rolling unreal for the dice that he has. So, what is Adam's total gonna be? Are you gonna keep the because right now I think without destiny point, you are
Can be second.
last.
Yeah.
So spending the destiny point to stay in it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry to do that to your favorite, Rusty.
I'm just saying.
Back to him.
I nearly spent a destiny point to make Angai drop a dice just out of spite.
This
It
kid
wasn't
is
gonna
just.
wouldn't make a difference. I'm just angry.
So yes, this this Lannister shepherd boy or whatever, with his from the moment I started rolling his 4d6, he got a 24, a 20, a 20, a 20, and a 23, and it was just me. I was going, all right, this is the last guy. Holy shit! All right, here's last guy, and it was just like, fucking hell. All right, I need to come up with a story for him, because he is on it. All right. So there is a moment though, because you are only 1 point ahead of him. There is some back and forth with the crossbowman taking the measurements, and the other guy comes out and they actually have to measure and they compare, and you have barely eked it out. And so for the championship, you guys are both going to get some coin out of this. And by the way, it's what is considered some coin by the Lannisters of Lannisport, right? So it's gonna be a second change. It is down to Adam Nymaryen and Angai the Archer. And all these disqualified archers have stuck around and kind of refilled the crowd. And they're all like,
This is now officially about who gets to be called the Archer.
they're like the Dornishman, no, the Marchman, and I don't know, the bad leg. They're like, well, they ain't fucking running nowhere. And he's like, oh, but that Angai, he's seasoned wood. That Adam's still pretty green. And you're like, green, Vulture King, he did, and so there's mutter, and mutter, King's Landing. Mutter, High Garden. mutter, right? So like the crowd
Mm.
seems pretty split on who's gonna come out ahead. Do we? In fact, let's do it like this. For this one, we're gonna roll for each arrow, and it'll go total. So to up the drama for these last three. So roll and give me totals, and let's see. Yeah.
Okay.
Mutter, mutter, mutter. Poor Reginald. He did so well.
Okay. Oh, that's all. That is 24 for the first one.
Okay.
And 22 for the second one. Oh my god.
Christ. For the record, while Ash is totaling, I just want to point out these first two shots were 24 to 22, and then 22 to 24. So these fucking dice, they're like, listen, guys, we're all in on the drama. Like the
25 for the third one.
all right, I was just like the dice are on board with making this shit tense. That's why I'm over here cracking up.
I'm really freaking out right now. I'm like, oh no. Oh.
All right, and it was a 25 for the last one you said?
Yeah, and I still have Destiny and I'm not afraid to use it.
Okay. He has a 32.
Right, so if I keep
If you
I can write, okay, so I can make that last one 28. And depending on what his lowest dice is, what's his lowest dice?
if you drop the lowest dice, he will also have a 28. So if you spend both destiny points, that'll make it a this fucking dice.
Fuck it, I'm gonna do it.
This is almost as good as the Loris Elia race. Like that last little bit where they get the exact total. I'm like, oh my god, dice.
I'm going to do that then, even though it probably means that Joffrey Lannister is probably going to make me second anyway. So the result's the same, but I just want it to be that close.
A breeze from Dorne catches the last few arrows just a bit, and you're able to shoot a tie of your tightest grouping of the day with that 28, and he gets a little hair of bad luck as he doesn't account for that breeze, and he also gets a 28, and the crowd is like, huh? And everyone's just like, it looks about the same. They're like, no, I think Adam's got it. No, Angi's got it. Look how tight them twos is, and right, like the crowd is all muttering and murmuring and going, oh, I wish I could see it glitter, and oh, let's wait. Look, the judges, right? Like everyone is just like, holy shit.
Adam's gonna like look over at Angai and not with any particular energy, just gonna like look and see like what's his vibe.
Sorry, I just can't fucking get over this. The 22 to 24, 24 to 22, 28 to 28. Yeah, he is not looking at you. He is glaring at the target, like he's willing that last arrow to go back. Those few centimeters. Like, I don't know what happened to you, but that's not where I fucking put you. How dare you? Like, it's just go, oh, you. That would have missed the faceplate, and now that knight fucking killed me. How dare you? Right? Like, he's just laser-like focus on the target. Like, he's actually, his offhand is like resting on the notch of a next arrow. Like he wants to just like, no, I want to shoot this shot where this shot fucking goes. Like it's like while the judges are out there, he's just like, oh, but I want my perfection back, right? Like he knows a 32 felt, so you can tell that it's.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just saying, like in a weird way, reminds me of someone, but in a weird way.
Yeah, but he's just like, ooh, I want that good shot back. So there's tension and there's waiting, and it gets measured, and then like the distance around them gets measured again, and then they bring out one of the prior judges, and then they measure one, and they hold the string, and then the other guy measures the second, and they compare the strings, and like they're coming up like I don't know. So then they do one fresh last measuring, and then they're holding the length of the grouping, and they both go up to Lord Joffrey Lannister, and they're like, my lord, it's look here and look here, and like I think it's a tie, my lord. I think it's right. He goes, the Dornishman has lost. My congratulations to Angai the Archer of the Dornish Reaches. Such fine marksmanship as we have not seen in the Westerlands for some time. Noble sport, incredible talent, blessed by the warrior, sharp eyes of the crone, and yes, see to my people.
Adam mutters, probably loud enough for Angai, but not loud enough for Joffrey Lannister. Like, oh, go fuck yourself, you blowhard.
And with that, like the judges are, leave with Joffrey Lannister, who's like done with this. He's off to go eat an early lunch. And Angai stands there next to you still, and he's twirling a spare arrow. His fingers goes, Yantu?
Is that him saying, do you want to shoot again?
Just one more off the books. Stormlands versus Dorne? Settle it without Westerlands and their cunty gold in the way?
I think I could manage a friendly one.
And it's like, oh, I didn't say anything about friendly. And he flows into
All
his
right,
archer
so
stance.
you got your
takes the
stags,
shot.
but 10 more on this one.
Oh my god. See if I fucking win this when it doesn't matter, I'm gonna be so pissed off. Although I'll be more pissed off if I don't. Oh, right. Oh, that's acceptable. So, let's see.
Fucking Lannisters, you know?
I know, right? Okay. Oh, actually, that was better than this one. I would like to spend another. Oh, it doesn't really matter, but I can still want to spend it.
It matters as much now, if not more so than ever.
For the record, Robert, Fleming Brax does go, sure, double or nothing.
I nod to him.
Because I can either have 24 or 30. Not 24, sorry. 26 or 30. I've got two fives, 2 sixes, and 2 fours.
So hey, does anybody want to guess what Angai the Archer just got?
Did he get 30?
He got 30.
Fuck it, I'm gonna do it.
So,
I've used up all my temporary destiny. It's worth it.
This is fucking killing me. So all right, yeah, you were able to get a 30, and both of you turned to one of the last targets that wasn't used, this last round, and he sinks one just dead center bullseye, and yours scrapes in alongside it. And sends a fluttering to the ground, like they're just right together in there. And guy just shakes his head. He's like,
I think the gods might have spoken.
Could be the 7 or call it a sequel, lad.
Could be. Are you satisfied?
He says, next tourney,
Next
and
turn.
lifts an eyebrow, and then gives you a matter-of-fact nod, and ambles up to recover his arrows.
I hate my little leg.
Those
Still.
fucking dice. All right.
I'm just gonna turn the light on something dark.
That was
That was awesome.
yeah, I cannot I cannot get over that. I'm curious now if I were to total up all of their shots, because you did come out pretty far ahead on a
I did
few of
okay.
those.
I had to spend Destiny to get there, but I mean that was worth spending Destiny on, even though it didn't get me anything else, just because it was amusing.
I think it earned you the respect of this other guy.
It would seem so. It would
Dang,
seem
I
so. We'll
died.
see. We'll find out if that's worth anything. And I'm gonna go and feed a poison apple to Joffrey Lannister's horse.
Ah, what a funny joke. Ah.
Yeah, it's a great joke, isn't it? Good job, I'm joking.
Oh, funny.
Just
So,
give it
the
to him.
archery contest leaves with several of the gathered knights just going like, that was rather exciting. That was cooler than I thought it would be. And they're like, always like that? And they're like, it's blah, 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 blah. And then one's like, Balin Swan would have had him. And stuff like that. So there's a little bit of trying to talk up other knights as they're walking away to go eat some lunch and finish preparing for the joust that afternoon.
I'm gonna go give little Robert a really big hug. Because fucking Lannister's away, he can't stop me doing it now.
And he's like, good job, Adam. You tried your best. He gets hauled up in a hug. He's like, oof.
Oh, you did so well. I'm so proud of you.
No, I didn't.
You did no.
Not even third, but I did
If I
better.
If I hadn't pissed off Joffrey Lannister, you'd have been in the final three.
And he's like, and I did beat you that one time. And, so he's like, he's talking himself up a little. He's like, so I'm getting better. You'll tell the archers when we get back home, yeah? You'll let them know?
Oh, I definitely will.
And he's like, and that guy was... I think maybe he is better than Sir Balin. Oh, and that one too. And he points over to the third place peasant, who I'm going with Reginald. He goes, he did real good too. His bow reminds me of my old bow, but he still did so good with it.
Yeah, shall we invite him to come and have lunch with us?
He looks to Lady Alysanne for a moment, as though Lady Alysanne's going to object to anyone he would invite anywhere. Like, she's going to be like, no, he's a peasant, right? Like, but he still kind of glances to Lady Alysanne first, and she just kind of tosses her head, and Robert darts off through the crowd to go try and fetch.
Is Anguy still hanging around, or is he cleared it off?
He's whistling a marcher tune and ambling off through the crowd.
Okay, but like at a distance where he would not hear a call.
You could probably still get him, yeah.
Anguy,
he turns around.
come out with us.
I'm afraid my coin purse is a bit starveling until the Lannisters pay their debts. I'll need someone else to pony up for it, I'm afraid.
Don't worry about it.
And with that, he gives a cheerful nod and starts ambling back over.
Like, free food? You got it.
Rusty, I'm going to approach Anguy as well. I'd like to talk to him.
Yeah, and Anguy is approaching you lot right now. It's easy.
Congratulations, Alex in hand. The warrior really was with you.
And he shakes back, and it's a weird handshake to you, because the calluses are in all the wrong places, right? Like, he hasn't got a calloused palm and stuff from the sword, but those 3 fingers are just pure leather.
These are
right?
hands.
Like, he's got just a whole different sets of calluses than you are accustomed to. But he gives her a shake back. He goes, thanks. Your brother did well for a Dornishman.
Okay, I'm
Pretty well.
like, I
And
dare
he says it with a bit of a smile. And you guys can all definitely make out the accent. He is a Stormlander from southern Stormlands, with generations of Dornish warfare under his belt. Um, so he did well for a Dornishman. I suppose I'm lucky we weren't throwing spears.
Well, what do you mean generations? I thought he was 20.
Well, yeah, but his dad's dad.
Oh, right, okay. I thought you meant he had been alive for generations.
Yeah,
He's an immortal vampire. Well,
yeah. The Highlander show's way different when they're all archers. Nobody dies; they just win and then leave. No, it's no decapitation. So it's a way different arc.
Well, since betting you has already cost me a few stags, how about I get us all some food and wine?
Thank you. Yes.
He gives a cheerful nod.
I don't know, Lannister's a cunt, isn't he?
He gives. Anguy gives a sly grin. He seemed all right to me, but yeah, I think that had more to do with him not liking you than taking a shining to me.
Quite.
Yeah, what did you do to piss him off, Adam?
Well, I did tell you 2 nights ago that, but do you genuinely need a reminder, or was that a joke?
Well, I mean, I know you threw a little, but...
Yeah, well, I argued with him about him trying not to... He didn't want to let Robert into the contest, and I argued with him, and he didn't like that.
So that was it, then. Yeah, he is a cunt.
I mean, that's the very short version of it. I think I was completely reasonable, frankly.
I just mean you had anything else piss him off, had you? Because if...
I mean, not that I know of.
Individual.
I mean, not that I know of, apart from being Dornish or something. But, if he has a problem with that, I don't know.
Well, either way, I'll get us all some food and some drinks. And Guy, you ever find yourself down south and you want to fight for the drier side, so to speak, look me up.
He gives a melodic little laugh. Reginald is with you lot now, but he is absolutely silent and just looking around none of these people are are they gonna kill me?
I'm going to hand to him as well. You also shot quite fucking well.
He bobs his head deferentially a few times. Thank you, my lord. Yes, my lord. 7 blessed me, my lord.
Yeah, but who taught you to shoot?
Wolves and wild dogs mostly.
No, they can shift it.
Learning
on moving targets is definitely going to give you an advantage.
And my dad had this old bow, so I took to it instead of just chucking rocks. And we've the safest chicken coops and sheep fields in all case.
Well, excellent. Well, you've clearly got a great talent for it.
He bobs his
tired
head
of defending
differentially.
We can always use good men at arms.
Oh.
You trying to recruit him?
He goes, no.
You can say no, Reginald.
I think mayhap that'd be some kind of insult to my Lord Terrence, and no, I bet.
No, if you owe allegiance to another lord, then yes, of course.
Plus, Mom and Dad need me and such. It's tough for him carrying stuff these days. And yeah, no.
That's good. That's good of you to look out for your family. Family's the most important thing.
And he's
let's
just
hope they
around.
don't need you over the next few hours, because I plan to buy a lot of wine.
Yeah, and he's definitely just looking around
What am I doing here?
Tried to be as polite as possible while refusing highborn folk because he's pretty sure he's supposed to, because he grew up on case lands and he thinks he's not
Yeah.
supposed to sign up. But he's just
It's,
like,
it's fine. We'll have it executed later.
No, do not execute.
If you insist.
I mean, like, yeah, and I just figured, like, little Robert, like, was clearly quite impressed with him, so I thought it would be nice for them to, you know.
Well, I don't know all your plans or the rest of the tourney, but a friend of Adam's is welcome by our pavilion anytime. Stop by. The wine is free, and the company is usually good.
We're going to have a queue outside for free wine.
I didn't invite everyone. I invited these guys.
like everybody walking nearby stops. They're like, Nymaryen.
Yeah, we're not a free sample booth at Costco.
So Anguy
Not
gives
about Bess, anyways.
Yeah, he gives a pleased-looking nod and says, "I'm not overly fan of Dornish wine, but I'm not overly fan of paying for my wine either. So I think I'll take you up on it."
Life is full of compromises.
Especially compromises when it comes to getting your drink on.
So, yeah, like, Adam is just gonna, like, continue kind of making pleasantries with these people. He's not going to be trying to recruit anyone, but he will be casting his gaze around elsewhere.
Okay. What gaze casting is going on?
He's looking
I
for
guess, like, there's a passing curiosity if a certain knight was watching that or is it around.
Which
I don't know which one he's
certain
referring to.
You guys do notice as the crowd is breaking up at the end of the archery contest, there is a looming figure that's a good head taller than anyone else. That looks like
Corbray on a box?
he's watching from a nearby porch, or the like. Didn't come like real close. May have just been passing by on his way to a smith to get some dents hammered out of his breastplate or something. Because you do see then Oris leaving as the winner is declared. He just takes off and he's carrying, like his bundled up armor over his shoulder. But it looks like he stopped by to catch the last of it. But you do not see Lynn Corbray anywhere. No.
I thought that might be the case, but I had a hope that he might give a shit, but okay. No matter.
Okay. So you guys are off to eat some Ren Fair lunch. 25 silver stags for a turkey
Why don't
leg.
have a fucking turkey leg? I'm gonna be angry.
It's
That's
just
expensive.
gotta charge Ren Fair prices,
And
guys.
I don't know if medieval tournaments are exactly like Disneyland, but I also expected churro.
Yeah, because, like, the Middle Ages were before the Renaissance, so it's not quite the same, but, like, some overlap.
Listen, I just want a churro and a turkey leg. Can I get a churro and a fucking turkey leg?
So you guys are able to, find some lunch, and enough of you are highborn. You're able to clear out a couple tables with a few glances, that type of thing, and it's pleasant enough.
Goddamn, where's the one Lannister I like? Where's the fuck is Tyrion? Is he still asleep? I guess I won't mind looking at my watch that doesn't exist, but I look around. Like,
I mean, it's just gone noon, so probably.
He'll show up soon.
yeah, I figured he'd need half as much sleep as everybody else.
I don't think that's how it works.
Clearly, fucking clearly.
I mean, if you really need to see him, we could send a runner for him.
No, I like drinking with my friends. That's all.
It's just like this is like the second time today you've been asking after him.
I need him. I need that Tyrion.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, dare I ask what for? Is this some manner of nefarious plan?
Well, probably. I think it's silly Lannister kind of like.
Is the nefarious plan to drink a lot?
Always. I guess it's less nefarious and more mundane.
It's pretty mundane,
Yeah.
but
Well, I mean, that was the joke. Yeah, so like Adam's not going to be like super chatty because he's not super happy about not having won, but he's not going to be a dick about it. He's making the polite amount of conversation, but his mind is a little bit elsewhere.
I'm telling you, Adam, I'm pretty pissed off for you. If I don't know what I would have done if that was me. Don't get me wrong, Anguy had you, I think, but that last shot was even as I could tell.
Little Robert giggles. He says, "I think you would have been disqualified in the first or second round, sir." If that was you.
The second round, you flatter me.
Yeah, I mean even Adam, like both times he ruled against us, I was very close to like going John McEnroe and just throwing an absolute tantrum. But I decided that would probably be a good idea. Look, we don't want to emulate Sir John of House McEnroe.
Had a yeah, it doesn't sit right. I don't.
Well, I mean, I think that's just
We're in their fucking land, but
well, I'm sure he feels very good about himself having gotten even. So,
oh, brother was one of the guys I've learned in my life, my long life of 17ish years. It's people like that never feel good about themselves.
yeah, well, I mean, it probably like says more about me if I get annoyed about him throwing his weight around. He's a little man with a little job, and I should not be concerned about what he thinks about me.
I mean, have brother.
I was going to be second anyway, so.
Well, I think Anguy had you, but luck could have gone either way. You could have won that last round. I guess we'll know next tournament.
I think the gods let us know that we were even. I'm quite happy to let the Master of Lists believe that he has gotten one over me.
Although next tournament we can sell this as Anguy versus Adam for the title of the Archer. Sell the whole fucking crowd out.
I like your ambition there. Thank you for the support. But yes, in the end, there can be only one.
Can be only one.
So other than that, I'm just gonna joke with guys, try to lighten things up, and drink, and then eventually get my half plate on for the joust.
Reginald remains absolutely cowed and generally agreeable to everything anyone says, unless it is anti Lannister or anti House Kenning, in which case he just kind of locks up. Like, I don't want to be rude to a noble, but I dare not disagree with them, but I can't insult, but he's just kind of in over his head.
Sorry, I think I said all the anti-Lannister stuff already.
So he's just kind of, pleasant enough company. He answers, he oversees, the ranch and the fields, and this is the farthest he's ever been from home. And he, he brought a flock in to the market because he knew that there'd be a crowd because of the tourney. And then on a dare, he decided to spend some of the profit from that in order to, be in the tourney. And Case, for the record, is not far from Lannisport. They're some of the nearest ones. So he has not been far from home clearly before, but he's just kind of awestruck and eyes open and enjoying this trip to the biggest city he's ever seen. And he can't imagine he's gonna go home and he's gonna be like, Lannisport's awful queer, friends. The highborn rub elbows with small folk, and he's just like he's gonna have some stories.
Us, the worst they can say is awful queer. It's pretty accurate.
So he's gonna have some stories when he gets home, and he's gonna be like, I almost won, and they're like, sure you did, right? Like he's so. But yeah, like he just seems like a little simple, straightforward dude. And guy, the archer, about half of what he says is anti-Dornish teasing. He does, assuming proper introductions are at some point made, kind of glow at Bela, and he's like, the new Lady Swan, and and has a story of Sir Balin and I have come neck and neck in 4 tourneys now. Now I think on it, he's a fine shot for a man that spends so much time a saddle instead of with his good 2 feet on the ground. And right, like he starts talking up Sir Balin and House Swan. Once
Well,
he
it's
makes
fortunate.
that
My sister and Sir
conversation.
Balin have also come neck and neck.
It's not wrong.
Yeah, like that's the kind of comment that just makes Adam just go like bright fucking red.
This is like Luke, like motioning Balin. Like, hey, you gotta check this guy out. He's from your husband's area.
That's right. Yeah, it'd be great to see you at some more tournaments. I'm sure we'll have more down south.
He gives a nod. Well, might be nice to walk into Dorne and not have to dodge arrows on the way in.
Or out.
Suppose
Or
my
out.
my granddad might be disappointed, but he's dead. So he's, it sounds like the closest you're gonna get to planning ahead of time from him is yeah, maybe. He's gonna be living off this coin purse for a while. We did hear that he took home a silver arrow from Highgarden, and they called it, quote, last year. He is not living like somebody that left Highgarden with a solid silver arrow in the recent fact. So you get the feeling maybe he's not super great with coin.
He's not putting it to his 401k. When he gets it.
It is not. And again, in keeping with his character, as a quick metagame note, earned himself a sum of 10,000 gold dragons for outshooting Balin Swan and Jalabar Jo at the tourney for the king, for the Hand's King, right, in the stories, in the books. So he earns 10,000 golden dragons, and the very next line is, he refuses an offer from Lord Eddard to join the Hand's Guard. And then the next line of his backstory is, afterwards, he squanders his fortune on a trio of expensive whores, roast swan, arbor wine, and other lavish excesses. And then he leaves with Lord Beric Dondarrion to go after Gregor Clegane. Think about what a small window there is between the Hand's Tourney and Beric Dondarrion being sent after Gregor Clegane.
I want to congratulate
he spent
these
10,000
because they're apparently they got the right clientele and they're charging
so
quite a lot, I imagine.
It's a buyer's market.
Now again, there's some mild retconning possibilities there, because George R. R. Martin has admitted that he had not yet really grounded the economy when he was written the first book.
A little high.
But I do like to think that in like 2 weeks he spent 10,000 gold dragons. And then it's like maybe more, because then maybe he left with Lord Beric to dodge some debtors, right? Like, and I'm like, I just feel like this guy's really good with money. Like,
he's living at large.
Yeah, he has no in between. So we're gonna say the numbers aren't quite that absurd, but he definitely does not have a solid silver arrow on his person, or the coin purse that came with it, etc., etc., etc. But he seems pleasant enough company, and yeah, like I said, the occasional barb about Dorne, which if they are cheerfully returned with barbs about Stormlanders, he is content. Like, you don't ever get like a rise out of him. That sort of thing. So yeah, it is a pleasant enough lunch, and yeah, everybody has a pretty good time.
As much
Uh,
animosity as there is with the Stormlands of Dorne, for us personally, the Stormlanders have been largely cool. It's been almost everybody else.
um, which again is one of the downsides of like the grudge, right? Is that it's like listen, the generation that we deal with in these books, like the Reach and the Stormlands and Dorne, are all like pretty cool people. It just sucks that they all hate each other. Almost like maybe people hating each other for arbitrary reasons is bad. There might be some sort of lesson there,
Oh, so it got
but I
woke.
don't
That's what you're
think
saying.
that's it.
I'm gonna be mad now and do YouTube.
Yes, the famously woke Song of Ice and Fire series. Uh,
There's
um,
a black character now. Ah, angry.
so let's
We
go ahead
already
and
Well, there are two people I want to find before the joust. It's all possible if there is time. Adam would leave early if he needed time,
okay,
because he wants to at least try to go and see Boris and Lynn. It doesn't matter in what order.
okay.
Same time.
No, definitely not at the same time.
So the order matters, just not that much.
Yes, just that, like, yeah. I don't think you know what they're like. They would just be awful in a room.
I know. It'd be great.
There is no sign of Lynn Corbray. He is not back at the inn. I'm also assuming like Adam's changing out of his archery clothes into or whatever. But he is not back at the inn. The innkeep is just like, not long after you lot. Lord Tyrion also took his leave. I think the big one's outside, and Oris is out there, seeing to his armor, doing the chainmail sand scouring thing with the. So he's got the barrel that he's lifting and shaking and just kind of seeing to his stuff, living the squire free life.
Hello, Oris.
Oh, morning.
I just wanted. Well, it's afternoon now.
Yeah.
I just wanted to wish you good luck in the joust.
Thanks. I'd wish you good luck in the archery, but it would seem Lord Joffrey saw to it that didn't happen.
I was going to come second no matter what, I think. But, second is better than nothing at all.
That ant guy took a silver arrow the last tourney I was at Highgarden. He's a good one.
Yes, he's certainly quite impressive. We did a friendly shot afterwards, and it was a dead draw, so...
He's a good one.
Well, that's good to know. He seems alright for a marcher.
Shame about little Robert.
Yeah,
He's a good lad.
He's a good lad, and he's an excellent archer, and I regret that my disagreement with Lord Joffrey impacted him negatively. But he seems alright.
He gives a thoughtful grunt. He goes, he's not real good at seeing to Alisane's armor, but he's a good lad.
Yes, so anyway, I just came to wish you good luck, and I've done that, so good luck.
Thanks. Well, you be watching?
Of course.
I wouldn't have put coin on me today.
Why not?
I already won twice.
Oh.
So?
So, even if I lose the third time, I'm coming ahead on coin, and I can put food in Will's belly for a couple more seasons.
do you mean that you're deliberately going to lose?
I mean, sometimes the 7 stop smiling on hedge nights after about 2 wins.
Right, so I'm I'm just gonna assume that this is me being clueless in real life. Is that basically meaning he is going to
Yes,
deliberately not?
that's
Okay.
that's him saying he is planning to not win.
Mhm.
It's the pattern that Wooly Will had for years of you win twice, that way you're up 1 suit of armor and 1 horse,
And
and
then you go back.
probably whatever knight you beat had better armor and a horse than you, so you're up, a suit and a half of armor and a horse, and that's how and then you have a couple thousand silver stags to live off of until the next tourney. But Westeros tends to not smile on hedge knights doing too well,
Yeah,
and Oris isn't. He's not just a squire anymore,
yeah,
without Willy Will over his shoulder. But B, this isn't a tourney back at your guys' house where he knows nothing bad is likely to happen to him
Right.
that's fair.
for it. So yeah, he's just like, yeah. Sometimes the 7 stop smiling after about 2 wins.
Yeah, it's a shame, but I hope that you get something enjoyable out of it nonetheless. And
He just
you know,
gives a nod and a shrug. Just,
and,
it's my job.
and if there is ever an issue of coin, you can always let us know.
I know. But I ain't looking to swear no oaths of fealty and such. So
And
it
we're
wouldn't be right.
not well, I mean, Luke was asking you to, but I'm not asking you to. I want to.
Eh, I'm a knight now, not supposed to go taking charity and such. Supposed to work for my coin.
No, I know. I'm just saying if it's a choice between like if it's a choice between that or starving to death, I would much rather you didn't starve to death,
I ain't gonna starve.
or at least eat well first.
Eh,
Go
gri-
first.
Grizzly.
No, he's still got a bit of beef on him.
Old.
Old.
I see. You've become a hedge knight and now you have a refined palate, do you?
But we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Good. That's good to know. Will you be going straight home after, or will you travel with us a bit through the reach?
Ain't gonna be a wedding tourney down in High Garden, but I think Willie Will said he wants to go. I think Lord Makar said Willie Will wants to go. So we'll see. Either way, I'm gonna ride south, so I'll head in that direction, I'm sure. But
Fair enough.
don't know if I'm gonna stay for a wedding and such. Fancy. But
If you don't feel that you can, then we'll all understand. But we like your company.
think Rain'd be mad,
What if you didn't come to the wedding?
or if I did. Don't they?
She would be delighted for you to be there.
Don't them fancy lasses like to know who's coming ahead of time and such?
I mean, if you're someone who's going to be announced, but I mean, I'm sure we could sneak you in some other way.
Well,
I think
we'll
she has
see.
already. I think she has already sent the ravens, but you know what? Like I haven't gone rogue for a little while, so
I did bring my fancy clothes. Guess I might as well wear them twice this trip. We'll see.
tell you what. Let me have a word with her. I'm sure that we will figure something out. And if not, you'll still ride with us a bit, and we'll get to catch up properly because we've been a bit busy.
All right.
Right. Well, I had best get going. I've got some jousting to watch.
He gives you a nod. He goes, I'll be there soon.
See you later, Oris.
Eh,
Yeah, so he's gonna trot on back to the tourney grounds. Still gonna keep an eye out. Still gonna keep an eye out for Len, but like is not holding up terribly much hope of seeing him since he is the invisible fucking man when he wants to be.
with that, let's go ahead and take our midstream break, and we will come back with more lance cracking action as we pick up with the joust in the afternoon. So, go get some turkey leg and a churro, and we'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody. All right, we are back. Sorry, we were
We're
delayed
not
by
sorry at all.
our irresponsible millennial Robert squandering his Bitcoin fortune on
Bacon.
bacon.
First of all, it's
times like
mostly
this.
Ethereum, not
That's why-
Bitcoin. Old
That's why
man.
he's never gonna retire, and that's the only reason that
Yeah,
he's
only
never
that.
gonna retire because he
I think
squanders his
capitalism
money.
bad.
Yes, squanders his money on frivolous things like food, like so many other irresponsible millennials. Anyways, we're back. This 10-minute break is always so weird to us. I'm like, I'll go refill my ice water and take Bodhi outside, and hey, it's been 20 minutes. Like it just they go.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
And
But-
yet, 10 minutes till you go home at work is an hour and a half.
Yeah, clearly I am a chronomancer of tremendous power but unrefined skill.
Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so.
Back to the game though. Let's go do some tourneying at this tourney that we are doing things at.
Decline.
I mean, Luke could pull out like everyone else. It would be a first for him.
First of all, I think at this point he's a master at that shit.
Luke's like, look, where horses are involved, I never pull out.
Listen, I could pull out, but I'm rich.
And my sister's here, and I won't let her beat me.
A little bit of
Just-
that.
Just
Yeah, a little
standard,
bit.
I
standard.
won't pull
discussion.
out when my sister's involved.
Yeah,
Oh.
she has to quit first. We have the blood of Valyria. We're
I see a lot of no nods being
No, hey,
done
look-
right now.
All right, everybody just left chat. No, so let's kick off some tourneying. Chat, I'm gonna leave it to you. Which of our PCs is up first? Are we starting with Luke or are we starting with Bela? And after you pick that, give me a number between 1 and somewhere mid-30s now. So somebody say like Bela, comma, space 30 or whatever, right? Look me up. And let's see which of the Nymaryen siblings is up and who they are facing.
There we go.
Alright,
I'll
so
remember
we've got-
this. I'll remember this for you.
We have Luke up against number 25. That is Sir Dennis Plum. He is the heir to House Plum. He's a big guy, broad-shouldered, barrel-chested, almost always red in the face. All the Plums are like that, except for Harwin Plum, the Hardstone. But Lord Philip and Sir Dennis and his younger brother Sir Peter, every time you guys see them, like in a crowd of knights, they're laughing so loud at something that they're red in the face, or they're hollering at somebody who owes them coin so that they're red in the face, or they're cheering on a sibling so that they're just those kind of, they're like Chicago Bears fans, right? And they're just kind of rotund but still pretty, burly, and they don't do anything by half. And so here comes Sir Dennis Plum.
All right. So the dice for this is fighting plus animal handling and ride as a bonus.
It's fighting plus spear specialty
Mhm.
plus animal handling dice. Not the ride
Okay.
specialty, just the animal handling
Gotcha.
as bonus dice.
I need
All right.
extra dice. My dice holder won't hold enough.
So as the pair of them are announced, you see up on the Lannisport viewing pavilion, the one for the men, not the one where Rhaena is, with all the women folks. Sir Kevin Lannister, seated next to him, is a still smug-looking Lord Joffrey. And on Sir Kevin's other side is his kind of bored-looking nephew, Tyrion. Who looks like as they're getting closer to the end of the joust, he has been forced to kind of come play host a bit instead of whoring his way through Lannisport. Poor
You
bastard.
know, they gotta do my boy dirty. Why?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Yeah, I have
all right.
this
And
is
pick your stance before you roll, also.
good point. We're gonna do braced 1.
Got it. All right, let's go. Excuse me. For the
All
record,
right, dice are rolled.
allergies are just being sucky today. So if I keep coughing and clearing my throat, I promise it's not like a passive-aggressive, I'm trying to talk, shut up, peasant. It's just that I'm constantly
Dying and
snotty.
snot.
I was going
The
to say a little bit nice tonight.
symptoms.
And then again, don't forget, you drop a die because this is a charge.
Right.
So you roll a bunch, keep a very few. All right.
Check his
and
ass.
your passive ride is a 14, I believe. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
All right. So his lance shatters, and you will need a 9 to stay in the saddle.
Okay, I
what
have
is your
with
total.
the penalties and everything. I have a 23.
Okay, your lance also shatters. He needs a lot more than a 9 to stay in the saddle. That is
Okay, I rolled kind of poorly. Hope this doesn't do me in. I have exactly the 9 to stay in the saddle plus the 1 from brace. Okay.
okay. He spends a destiny point and is able to stay in the saddle because he rolled very well. So he reels for a moment, but manages to keep it together. And you can hear off in the distance, kind of tinny because of your helmet, his younger brother, Sir Peter, is like, "Get him, Dennis! Come on!" And you're pretty sure he's red in the face.
We
So,
both are. Anybody cheering for me?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm cheering for you.
All right.
didn't want to presume, okay,
I
because
don't
they're
want to
so
play your characters for you, but
cold, and,
Ah.
so cold and distant.
Well, that is right. I mean,
What's your
Betty Boulain
posture?
is cheering for me.
Yeah.
Um,
Or posture, stance, whatever the.
let's
What do
do
they call
braced 1 again. Just a little low, kind of keeping my feet extra tight in the stirrups. I'm not the best rider.
All right, sling them bones. And Qatar, there
That's
are
what I
long
see.
lines of Joffreys. Lots of the noble houses repeat names pretty often. So, yeah, I just made this guy Lord Joffrey.
All right, another
So
23
extra.
from me.
Okay.
Keeping 6s
This
and
time,
5s.
this time he rolled an 18.
Better.
So you are looking for a 12 to stay in the saddle. He is once again looking for a 15, and
Kick his ass, Luke.
I'm stopping there. I don't want to tell you how it goes until you roll your dice, so it's dramatic stuff.
All right, roll my animal handling.
Yep.
That's a 12 plus. I've got 2 6s in it. So, yeah,
Excellent.
15 plus
All
the
right.
1. I've got 18.
This time, were he to spend a destiny point to keep an extra die, he would have a 5.
Ooh, he just got loose.
Last-
Total.
Yes,
Nice.
last round he rolled 555. This round he rolled 221. So, the good news is he got a really good return on investment on that destiny point last round. It kept him in it. He got to break a second lance, looked pretty cool. But yeah, the 7 are not with him. He tumbles from the saddle, and he immediately clambers to his feet and tears off his helmet, and is red in the face. And he stands and he glares at you, and then he goes,
I will
"Well
right
struck,
up,
well struck."
hop off, and extend your hand to him.
Throws his
Seven's
helmet at
blessings.
him. Yeah.
Sir.
So he cheerfully returns your handshake and and turns to his siblings and father in the crowd. He goes, "My lance was crooked. You all saw it." And they're all just kind of laughing it off and having a good time.
I give a good hearty laugh to that. I don't confirm or deny his hypothesis. I give a good laugh.
Except for Sir Harwin Plum, who just looks disappointed because he's always serious. Tecator.
Nothing worse than a crooked lance.
Drinks in our pavilion, Sir Dennis.
Oh, well, I'll need to drink back near 3,000 silver stags from you, but I'll give it my best.
Give him a nod, and I will leave the dueling, the jousting field.
All right, somebody give me a number between 1 and 30-ish, and let's see who Bela is up against. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. It came out really close to the Law and Order song. It's just supposed to be dramatic, and it was pretty close to the dun-dun. All right, I got.
Bad banquet and just a hit. 13.
Okay, a 13 is Sir Peter Plum, Sir Dennis's younger brother. Because remember I'd scrambled the numbers, they're kind of fucking all over the place, and you guys are just working your way through the plums. So 1 second as I
plumb the depths of this list.
Nice.
Bela loses.
Oh no.
Oh,
Damn
no.
it, Joffrey.
It was half joust, half rap battle. It's bad.
So, yeah, it's a very similar sigil that is opposite you lot. Purple plums on a yellow field.
I will tilt my visor to Bela as I pass by.
And Qatar, hold on to that number. We'll have you go for who's up next with your 31. It's fine. I know you got Bad Nug eked you out by just a hair.
13, 31, it's all the same shit. Same numerals.
He is a very similar looking to his brother and his father. There is no questioning their parentage. These guys are clones of one another, just about, because we don't know very much about them in the book, and they have almost the exact same description. So, Sir Peter Plum, kind of high steps to position. He goes, just my luck. I have to fight the mean one instead of the pretty one. He and his brothers have been joking a bit about the because they don't get a lot of Dornish folk up here, and there's kind of an extra layer of risk in jousting with a woman to these guys.
Here's a little bi-curious. It's confirmed.
Yeah,
you hear that look? They're saying that you ain't got Jack under the hood.
Sounds like they're saying they're interested under the hood.
Yeah. There's just an extra layer of risk.
It could be taken that they were saying that you were the style and Villa was the substance.
That's fine. I'm okay if you thought that way.
So, what is your maneuver gonna be, Erica?
It will be the aggressive maneuver.
Okay, 1 point or 2?
2 points.
All right, going big.
I would take it for more if I could.
Yeah, some of them are like that. All right, let's sling them bones. And your passive ride is a 14?
With the modifier, it's a 15.
Plus aggressive makes it, okay, 15.
Yeah, 17 minus 2.
Yeah, I was just reading the wrong thing. All right. His lance shatters on your shield, and you will be needing a 9 to stay in the saddle. What is your to-hit total?
I have a 19.
All right. You barely miss him. Just kidding. It's a solid connection. Here is his ride check to stay in the saddle. 19 needs that. All right. How is Bela looking?
I have a 23.
All right, so you barely made that 9. He, just squeaking by. Didn't even triple it, you fucking amateur.
That's why I want to take that for more points.
So Bela's looking pretty okay. He is reeling in the saddle for a moment, but he gets it under control and is shaking his head to kind of clear it as his knightly body runs on autopilot and he gets to the opposite end of the lane and lines up to go again. What's your maneuver for this one? Same?
Yeah, I'm going to stay the same.
Alrighty. Oh man, this poor fuck. He is dropping 2 5s from just not being able to keep dice. It's like womp womp.
That's how it goes.
All right. He has hit you again. You will need a 9 to stay in the saddle. And what is your total against him?
20 this time.
Okay. And this is too bad. Yeah, he fails. He rolls 3 6s and does not succeed on the check because he only gets to keep 2 dice. He had to give up a lot of really good pips because most NPCs I just give 1 kind of token destiny point to, and he had to use it on the first pass to stay in the saddle. And so he had to drop some really fucking good dice from these rolls. Good old lucky Sir Peter Plum. Yeah. So did you get your 9, Erica?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So you're able to angle it just right, and on that second pass, you hit him up high and catch him off balance, and he goes tumbling from the saddle. So another win.
Bela.
Get him, get him, get him.
And
I
then
see. I chant for you, and you chant for Bela. Okay.
I said kick his ass Luke twice.
That's a chant. Also, full disclosure, I chanted for Robert Frey, not you.
Yeah. So about that,
she's like, "Don't you use Robert against me? How dare you?"
How dare you? That's my
you
precious
use my
boy.
baby boy against me. How dare you?
So we will use Qatar's 31 for who Oris is up against in his pass.
Choose me.
And what's that?
I was wishing it would have been one of us.
Nope. It is Sir Davin Lannister that he crosses lances with. And Adam knows that Oris is planning to kind of throw. The rest of you don't. You can tell Oris isn't giving it 100%, but you can tell after that first pass that like Oris isn't throwing real hard. He got hit pretty good on that first pass, and Sir Davin took his hit pretty good, and like I'm assuming Adam's kind of looking for it, and you can see Oris going like man, I kind of want to go to 100 and see how this would go, but he does not. Instead, you guys can tell he's cruising at 85 or 90% instead. But Sir Davin is taking Orisian hits with aplomb and is doing just fine. Oris is really hard to get out of the saddle, but even Oris softballing it is a pretty hard fucking hit. So Davin takes him on the 4th pass. The Aurochs is bested. But you can tell that like Oris wasn't throwing hard on this one. Like he wasn't pulling it real, he was not having to act.
He picked Widowmaker, so I kind of assumed.
So that basically meant that Adam knew Oris was not going to try to win. He also figured there was a possibility he might accidentally win or change his mind. So while he did still bet on him, he he only bet as much as he would on his siblings. He didn't put on like a massive bet or anything, because he was like not 100% sure it would definitely go the way or said.
I feel like that's kind of a backhanded
Wow.
compliment to your
Thanks for the
sibling
confidence.
at best. Like, I only bet on him as much as I do these losers.
Well,
I guess I'll just take my 4 consecutive joust wins and leave.
We're just giving you a hard time, Ash. It's okay. It's all right. It's just,
We enjoy it.
yeah, I mean, like, I bet more on my siblings than anyone else. But, like, there's a difference between betting on my siblings very supportively and a sure thing. And he didn't bet sure
Yeah,
thing.
okay, heard you loud and clear.
it's all right. We're just giving you shit, Ash. It's fine.
You're so mean, you're all rotters.
There we are.
It's fair. It's harsh but fair. So, let's get in one more for each sibling. So let's see. We went Qatar, then Badnug, then Qatar. So Badnug, give me a number between 1 and 30-ish. And this will be Bela's other match of the afternoon. A 7. The Strongboar. Lyle Craycall trots into place opposite. Or wait, did we? Yeah, I guess I should have done Luke first, but I said Bela, so we'll keep it. Keep it Bela. Yeah, I guess in retrospect I should have done them in the same order, but whatever.
Hey, I already got a crate call. He'll be able to get one.
So generously going to let her fight the Strongboar.
Generous.
Yeah.
So he lets out a booming hello from across the field, and he says, "We're not sparring this time, girl. Let's see how we do." And there's no like malice in it, you know, just a kind of good-natured challenge.
Show me what you got.
Oh, that's
All right.
awful.
I'm going to stick with the same stance.
All right, let's roll them. Okay. What is Bela's attack?
Get him, Bela.
I have an 20.
Nice. All right. He has a 23 against you.
Okay.
And for the record, it is a mathematically, it would be about 3 points more damage than your average tourney lance hit. Just for you to keep in mind, it's not going to get through your armor because we're just kind of ignoring that. But it is a notably sterner, damaging attack roll of just base damage. So he's got a 23 against your 15.
So that's 2 degrees.
You will need a 12.
Quick question: would adding another 6 to make it a 26 give 2 extra degrees of success, or just 1?
It would not. It would just be 1.
What's his target number at the moment?
Right now, he needs a 12.
Let's let this slide. We'll
Alrighty.
just keep it.
So first pass, lances shatter and splinter aplenty. And he is still a horse.
As
How did they let him in? How they let him in this tourney? It's so reckless.
He's like, oh.
And all right.
Okay.
So first pass is a thunderous clash. Lances are hating life right now, and you guys both look pretty good. Solid in the saddle, but landing solid shots. Second lance, let's go. All right, what are we looking at, Bela?
19.
All right, he got a 20. So both of you are needing 12s. All right,
yeah.
he is still in the saddle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
All
same
right,
here.
second pass. Again, a pair of solid shots. Both sides looking pretty good. Let's go third pass. He will. All right, what is Bela looking at?
18.
Okay. He has a 26.
Oh,
The strong boar has apparently decided to spend his token destiny point on offense instead of defense. So you are looking for a 15 to stay in the saddle from his solid shot. And he is looking for this. All right, he is in the saddle.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I had a bad roll and I got exactly 15.
All right. So yeah, third pass. That's one of the harder lance hits you've taken. And you can tell like he's twisting in the saddle a bit to stay in it, and then you realize he's also twisting in the saddle, looking over his shoulder, hoping to be seeing you fall, because he doesn't have rearview mirrors on his horse. But he's
Yeah.
like, did she go? Oh fuck. He kind of braces himself for a second, like, damn. And then waits until you also look ready. And let's go fourth pass.
You got it. You got it.
crush him.
Don't crush him. We like
Okay.
him.
Okay.
I'm going to use a destiny point here offensively to get
Okay.
26 on the result.
Nice. All right. That makes for a difficult roll for him. He has an 18 against you. Think that. Yep, that one did it. If Bela is still in the saddle, he is our victor. If he had an extra destiny point to use on defense, he could make it. But he used that on the hit.
I have an 18.
All right,
Am I
you
right?
are good to go. Qatar, to answer your question in chat, it's not a single elimination. You just kind of go until you want to be out. Oris feels like 2 wins and a loss is a reasonable time for a hedge knight to not want to re-up. Right, like he could keep going, but as it is, he's up by the money for a suit of armor and a horse. So yeah, he feels that's not a suspicious time for him to not re-up in the lists. So yeah, this one is just people going until they want to drop out. And a lot of them are also dropping out just after a couple losses in a row, because it means they can't get enough kind of judges points to make it to the like finals. Yeah, we're being a little bit hand wavy with this tourney, but there are a lot of different ways that they're formatted throughout Westeros. So yeah, in this one, it may be a matter of going basically to a judge's call for like who has the most degrees of success throughout, type of thing, is the kind of hand wavy. We're gonna settle it a little bit different way, but so all right, on I believe that was the fourth pass, right?
Yeah.
The strongboard tumbles from the saddle, only just barely. He's got his feet in the stirrups, but the saddle itself just kind of twists sideways on the horse as the mass of him beats the straps holding the saddle in place, and he goes falling over to the side. And yes, Qatar, he could have, but it might have looked weird. Like, why is that hedge knight quitting? Type of thing.
Really
So,
winning. Yeah.
yeah.
My grandma's sick. I gotta go.
But then people are going to ask who his grandma is, and that's going to be an awkward conversation.
His grandma's been sick the last 4 tourneys.
So, fourth
Government
pass.
needs help.
Bela
She's not as
beats
spry as she used to be.
Lyle Craighall, the strong boar, falls to the sand spear.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Is tumbled from the saddle. That was Bad Nug with the 7. So Qatar, give me a number 1 to 30-ish, and let's see who Luke fights for his final tilt of the day.
And there won't be any reprisals for this at all.
Wait, is this the final?
Of the day, like, because
Oh, right.
they only did an afternoon, and again, there's other jousting going on that you guys just aren't really caring about very much. That's not how it works, Qatar. You need to give me a number. For the record, that 29 is the guy next to Sir Gregor Clegane.
Oh, don't tell us that.
So, at my number scrambled list here, for a second, I had to do a double take to see if he had somehow gotten it, but he did not. You are up against Lord Lewis Liddon of Deep Den, who kind of resembles the badger that is his house sigil. He's got those kind of whisker sideburn, Logan mutton chop type of things, but his is black hair that is being streaked with gray as he ages, so it almost looks like the kind of whiskers of a badger. And he's a stocky fellow, getting a little on in years, but still pretty stout.
Okay. I don't know this guy too well, so I'm going to go in the first round of braced 2 stance.
All right, sounds good. Let's roll him.
Go, Luke!
What was that?
C6 is
You're like, rah!
I believe in
Like,
you.
that was a very high-pitched, pure cheerleader-y go, Luke.
I need some pom-poms.
Yeah, I need like some confetti to throw or something.
What I'm hearing is I should be immediately purchasing you a cheerleader outfit. Is that what's going on? Because I'm down. We can do
Come
that.
I have a
Fight.
21 altogether with the modifiers.
Yikes. All right. He does not. He went aggressive 1 and regrets it because that got you a 3rd degree of success on him, and because the dice were not on his side. And with his aggressive 1, he has a 14. So he just barely hits you. But his lance does break. Everything looks good from the sidelines. But now the Lord of Deep Den is looking for a 15 on some dice that make that not happening-ish. You need a 9 to stay in the saddle.
Got a 17.
Alright,
Okay.
you're in the saddle.
When you said 7, I was a little worried there. I was like, oh shit, did the dice betray them both?
Possible.
Fuck. So yes, on the first pass, it looks like the Badger of Deep Den, having heard of the reputation of his Dornish foe, apparently went for an all-or-nothing aggressive strike, and ended up with the nothing side of things. As he overextends, trying to hit you hard, he does not hit you very accurately, and he is wide open for you to place your lance just so and knock him from the saddle.
Woo!
A little anticlimactic, but I will take it.
No,
The
it's a very
dice
no
are-
nonsense.
The
business
dice are
like-
weird today. The dice are weird today. They're
Tell me about it.
and he stands and gives you a kind of curt little nod, clearly frustrated with himself, But, he did win a couple times to get here, so Deep Den shan't be going broke anytime soon.
I will return the nod and ride off to our pavilion tent.
All right. And again, there's another couple rounds of idle jousting in the background. But we are basically done with events for the day. So I think the invitation has been to the pavilion, because you guys did set up a tent to look cool and stuff, and to have a kind of daytime base of operations closer to the tourney field. So Luke is there. The chastised Plum brothers will be there. They're Lord Philip and the Hardstone, the third brother, are not, but Sir Dennis and Sir Peter do show up, and Sir Dennis has a bottle of plum wine to trade, um, and also again, Advocator will handle the coin at the end, but they pay back immediately. They don't like to be in debt for a day or two or until the end of the tourney, yada yada. So you guys get your coin for their armor and stuff. They're good natured but a little sheepish about it. They're like, I never thought I'd lose to a Dornishman in a tourney. I never thought I'd lose to a Dornish woman in a tourney. And they're just like, I hope you lot stay down there in the sand and don't come
Leave
up
us
here.
alone.
Yeah, we're not accustomed to such things. And
Thank you very much. Please leave.
what we heard of, I almost feel bad for that Vulture King fellow we heard you fought. If this is how you are with blunted weapons, 7 hells. So they're good natured about it. But
Yes, come drink. Let's enjoy things. Well rowed, both of you.
Definitely.
And Bela, the strong boar of his ass.
Yeah, I think I got some bruises from that one, though. He's strong. Like a boar, you might say.
They do call him that for a reason, drawls Tyrion Lannister as he comes rolling up with the odd couple of approaching next to Oris. So it's about the two most physical opposites in the realm, just about. Oris is out of his armor and just wearing his doublet and stuff. So it looks like he legit was like, nope, throw it in the towel. And then you notice that behind Oris is Sir Davin Lannister, Tyrion's cousin.
Excellent.
Who Oris
Lost to.
mysteriously does not seem surly about arriving with. He's a sore loser, must be. But yeah, so Tyrion and Davin arrive, and once Tyrion's quip has caught your eyes, he gives a lordly little bow, and it says, "My lords and ladies of the Stone Way, grandchildren of the Blood Royal, wardens of whatever, may I present my cuz, Davy," who then bows appropriately and says, "Sir Davin Lannister, I am pleased to finally have made your acquaintance. Mother has spoke, Lady Raina."
Pleasure to meet you, Sir Davin.
And he's
Hello,
what I'm gonna go with in my head is I just goddamn forgot.
Opie.
No, it's Matt Damon. Jesus, I just forgot his name. I kept going Damon Sand. Damon Sand. Damon Sand. But yeah, so we're gonna go with young Matt Damon with a little bit more of a pug nose, right? Cartoonists exaggerated his nose a bit, so he's a little bit more of a pug nose, but yeah, kind of a young Matt Damon look, but that Lannister golden hair instead. So he's not unpleasant or anything like that, but you can tell he's not quite as perfectly proportioned as your Jaimies and your Cerseis or whatnot.
Yes, he's not one of the Ryan Gosling Lannisters.
Yeah. Not quite. But yeah, so he gives a gracious and polite bow, and yeah, introductions all around, that sort of thing. He says, "My good cousin tells me that I would be a great fool not to enjoy some Nymaryen wine while you're visiting us here in the Westerlands. And my my lady mother tells me that I might have more of a chance for that, and perhaps we might enjoy some arbor wine together down in the Reach soon.
I,
Oh, I see.
that is definitely the plan.
Uh, Sadly, my mother is quite fond of leaving me in the dark. I'm given to understand I'm not just escorting you gallantly out of the Westerlands. She told me to pack as though I may be gone, and she did not say for a while, only gone. He's kind of looking around like, did I just get betrothed to one of you? Like, what's going on? And he's not like panicked about it. He looks a little wry at best.
Oh,
But
Tyrion, he's adorable, but I don't think he's my
sounds like,
type.
sounds like he just hasn't been kept in the loop.
Yeah, Adam's gonna look pointedly at Raina like, I'm leaving this to you.
We have entered discussions of betrothals betwixt our families. Our Aunt Elia has been single since the loss of her beloved, our uncle.
Yes, our Uncle Alan.
I see. And how do you propose to make this one arrow-proof when you propose this?
I plan to let them meet and see how it goes. Because Aunt Elia, if we remember, isn't.
She's spirited, shall we
Yes.
say.
Your aunt, you say? Hmm. I must confess, the family trees of the Nymaryens did not seem of such great import when the Maester and the Septa were drilling such into my head. I don't know much of this aunt of yours. I'm sure she's quite charming, however, but
She's-
perhaps I might not make a fool of myself when we meet. If
All right then, and we're gonna tell stories about Aunt Elia, but we're gonna
Maybe
leave that
start-
whole
maybe-
all rain thing out.
Maybe start with her name, lands, and perhaps a brief description. Let's not overwhelm Sir Davin here.
All right.
no concern of that, I think.
If the maiden and the warrior could have a child,
It would be Aunt Elia. She is beautiful in the way that the desert is. Windswept and wild.
Pardon, my lady.
Sir Davin, has he seen a
Deserts,
desert?
deserts tend not to be described as beautiful this far north. And Tyrion's like, I think that means she'll be dry. Which Davin blushes, and he wants to like lash out back at his cousin, but he's trying to be cool and classy right now, so instead he just blushes and gives Tyrion a look like, "Oh, I could punt you."
I mean,
I'm going to do everything I can to hold my tongue to not ruin this. I want to busy myself removing my half plate. That's what I'll be doing.
I can assure you, Lady Ella Sunstorm is charming and witty and, as my sister says, beautiful, and certainly not as you say, dry.
Bailey, will you help me with some of this armor, please?
Oris grunts and nods at Bela, and then back it down. He goes, "Give this one about 15 years and a bow instead of a spear, and I think you've about got it."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And David, he kind of looks thoughtful.
Right?
Okay. But yeah, you can still, he's still a little, I want to say trepidatious. That makes it sound a little more concerned than he is. Because as a nobleman, he is apparently known that these conversations are coming. But he's, and he's, speaking of wines, however, I am given to understand my father has already been in talks. Lady Raina, mayhap you know your, well, who will be your good cousin, there's been some talks with the Arbor, I believe.
There have. Uh, and I know not how far along that discussion is. And I don't know why or if it has bogged down in some way. But your lady mother was uh, very positive
She
in
spoke
how
very
she
highly.
spoke of of wedding you south, thus.
Uh, my lady mother has never been overly fond of ships. I feel perhaps she wants to keep me off the Arbor for that reason. Uh, but I also don't know precisely how talks between my father and Lord Paxter have gone. As they have been talks between my father and Lord Paxter,
Right.
I suspect we are all of us a bit accustomed to lords keeping their letters rather private. Oris gives an Orisian shrug. Uh, Tyrion does not answer when it comes to talking about his dad making decisions for him. But um, so yeah,
And
he
the,
just kind of gives a shrug. I've heard the lady Desmera is quite lovely, but and then he kind of casts a sidelong glance towards Bela, which is the measuring stick he has been given for Aunt Elia. But perhaps deserts are also surprisingly attractive at times. Uh, I'm sure that I would be honored either way.
and we would be honored should it occur that that you're married into our
I
family.
simply wondered you had not heard from Lord Paxter uh, about those talks going ill.
Mm-mm. Sorry, no, I hadn't heard.
I thought perhaps, given your own upcoming weddings, I suppose that I was afraid you had been pressed into service of offering your aunt as something of a second prize, which I feel would have been awkward for all involved. Out of character, he was concerned that if House Redwin was like, "Lol, never mind, find him someone else," and then they were trying to offer some old crone of an aunt as an insult to lots of people, right? So, uh, but you have no reason to think that. It sounds like he's just was concerned about it being
Yeah,
the case.
I have no reason to worry about that. I
Um,
don't consider. I mean, I that's not the way in which you were just talked about in the ladies' pavilion.
Tyrion goes, "Nor me, I'm certain," into his cup, and Davin just kind of blushes again a little bit. Well, I am heartened to hear that, milady. Let's do an interesting visit to Highgarden then,
Yes.
uh, and we'll
Thank
see
you.
uh, what arrows I may or may not need to dodge. A bit more about this ant then, and then he's willing to listen to a few stories. That's
All right, good. We'll tell stories about her trait, especially like Adam, and I know that.
Yeah, we've like she taught me to shoot, and yeah, like Adam will quite happily tell favourable stories about Aunt Elia.
and Tyrion kind of draws out when you mentioned that she's the one that taught you to shoot. Well, then I suppose she might help her husband become another second best archer in Westeros. Uh, he says, and then he kind of rolls his eyes and says, "Cousin Joffrey would not shut up about you.
Okay,
You
look,
did something to bother him, young Adam."
Oh, it's nice to know that I'm on someone's mind.
I will pat Tyrion on the shoulder, just like can't think of the
Really?
word, placatingly or whatever. Oh, my lord, it's. I'm sorry to tell you, but the Westerlands is not the entirety of Westeros.
Yeah, your cousin's a real cunt, too.
7 hells, the blasphemy. Says, I have it on fine authority that the Riverlands exist that they might spawn Freys that need marrying. The Reach exists to keep the Dornish away and for armor gold. The Crownlands exist that Joffrey can hunt when he wills. The Stormlands exist that there be a land too rugged for Joffrey to dare visit. And that's about it. I think there's something north of the Riverlands, but
I
it's
think you've covered all
mostly,
lands.
mostly wolves and bears, as I understand it, with the few odd she-bears. But I think that's about all there is.
Well, there's also the Vale a little way over. Is it on a level with the Riverlands? Most of
The Vale is rather famous for teats out, which I should be rather enamored of, but I think that's just a passing phase with the Lady Erin.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
John Aaron's wife.
I do.
She still nurses their like 12-year-old. Remember, like
he's like
so-
10.
Well, I know,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
Raina
he's- yeah,
doesn't.
yeah. Okay. Well, no, you guys saw it.
You did it in Bravo.
Yeah, Raina
Remember-
doesn't. We saw it
Good.
King's Landing.
You saw it in the Red Keep at your first
Oh my god,
feast.
I forgot about that.
Oris was just like, "What the fuck is going on? Like,
I
is this?"
totally forgot that happened.
So
That's
this
what
is
we
just-
were all thinking. Just we
Yeah.
thought it in our heads, and he said it out loud.
Which
Yeah.
is kind of what Oris
Yeah.
does.
I mean, that's not Adam's primary association with it.
Yeah.
He was genuinely going, you missed a kingdom that's like...
It's like, pretty sure it's just teats and stone, and I'm only a fan of teats.
Some of us like harder. Some of us like harder things.
And then Tyrion just waves. Also, there's some few small islands across the narrow sea, I'm told, but I've yet to visit them, so I don't believe they exist.
Oh, I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah, it just must be wonderful to be so sure of oneself.
If there's one thing midgets are famous for, it is our confidence.
It's what you are famous
Says-
for.
Sardonically. Says, well then, Lord Tyrion the Confident. Let it be writ. Davy, write that one down. No.
Just a no.
It seems fine to me.
And then he goes back to like chatting, jousting with Oris a little bit or whatever. You know, he just raises his voice and no, and then like turns back.
And then right back to what he was doing. I think he'll be fine. I rather
So,
like him.
So, like, Adam's like, I guess, like, quietly out the side of the mouth almost, be like, to Tyrion, like, so, just between you and I, if one wanted, Lord Joffrey to, shut up, how would one go about it?
Wait until he kicks a puppy and starts bragging about that, perhaps. He's just that sort. He takes his victories where he can. And then Tyrion just gives a shrug.
God, you're no use whatsoever.
Father?
Oh, that's awful.
Clearest thing. I just thought I heard him on the wind.
See, like, now I feel like if I continue that, then I'm being the asshole, so... Fine. Keep your secrets.
I saw him kick a puppy today with Robert Frey.
Alas,
Everybody
someone who's actually good at revenge.
Everybody enjoys some wine. And she's like, yes, the Frey lad that traveled with us. He seemed a good sort.
He is a
Yes.
Was-
sort of the very best.
Was he the other one, as I believe my dear cousin called it? The one-
Probably, yes.
Yes, that was him.
More's
He's a
the
dear friend.
a shame.
Yes, it is.
The good news is, my dear Uncle Kevin doesn't trust him to judge anything else, so I can assure you the remaining joust, at least, will be fair.
Good to know.
And out of character, like, that tracks. You never saw Joffrey Lannister presiding over the tilts or anything like that. It looks like he just got that further insult of like, yeah, no, this is your town, except not this week. And these are your games, except you're going to judge what I say. Like, so it looks like he's not maybe thought of very, very highly.
That's fine. Like Adam's just trying to think of a way to like inconvenience, humiliate, or like he just wants to like put him in his place. He doesn't want to kill him or anything. Although I mean he wouldn't hate it if he did die from whatever jolly jeep gets cooked up. But he's certainly not.
Eric's
He's not.
chest is pretty funny.
He's not that pissed off about it. He definitely just wants to like get the upper hand again.
And who would blame you? You
To
didn't even
extent-
come in first place in the archery contest. You could have done it.
He just wants to extend this feud with the Lord of Lannisport. Nothing bad can happen.
Is that a formal out of character discouragement?
No, I'm just reminding you that it continuing these things often goes poorly in Westeros. Like maybe that's how the Brackens and the Blackwoods started. Could have been a few friendly japes 1,000 years ago, and now look at him.
No, who says they to know it was me?
Well, I do. I'm 100% with you.
Right?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We'll murder her tonight.
Yeah,
No.
it's fine.
It's not fine.
No, we'll wait till the last night to murder him, and then we ride away for it at dawn.
This is not right now approved.
This isn't about me. This is about Little Robert. He was bad to Little Robert, and that's the real crime.
Back to out loud in character conversation, which I'm assuming all the murder talk wasn't, Luke.
Obviously.
Davin gives Bela a nod. He goes, my father would no doubt thank you for the drubbing you gave the strong boar. Now he can at least say he's in good company.
Right?
Yeah, that hurt.
He and I have tilted a few
Oh,
times before. My condolences and congratulations.
Thanks. I'm certain I will feel better in a couple hours.
Worse, I imagine.
Oh no.
Which is why I'm not looking forward to this evening either, he says with a look over at Oris. He says, I haven't been hit as hard as you since, I think, the strong boar.
Or when you put Sir Oris and the strong boar opposite each other at a joust, it is
It's like two
monumental.
walls smashing into each other.
You feel bad for the tournament lances at some point.
Right.
Well, and he looks at Luke and Bailey and goes, well, we've still a mountain to ride around before the tourney's done. So,
Oh.
7 bless us all 3.
Has like he actually jousted at all so far?
Yeah, a couple
Has
times.
he
Just
killed anybody?
no, not quite. He's pounded people into the dirt with a couple of hits.
With time, even mountains may fall.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
With time, even mountains may fall.
Oh, true.
Your lips to the 7's ears.
I have seen him lose before, but it's a rare thing.
Who beat him?
Tyrion says, my poor crippled brother Jamie. The 7 blessed him with some bit of martial skill to make up for that hideous face. And David kind of clucks along his the poor man. But yes, he is occasionally blessed with strokes of good luck like that. You know, drawing straws against Sir Gregor in a tilt. That sort of good luck. But he's beat him once or twice before, I think. And then they start to go back and forth, and naming a few here and there. And Oris pipes up once with like, Lord Barristan did once, I heard, and a couple of the knights are. But it's like one hand of times that he has lost. Like these guys are all like trying to count him up, and they're like, yeah, it's not. The good news is he doesn't. Like the impression you're left with him is that he doesn't reliably show up at tourneys, because he's just busy off doing other shit, or often, they'll mention in passing is, nope, no, he didn't lose that one. He just withdrew. Those headaches, huh? Yeah, right. Like he tends to just kind of pull out from time to time instead of seeing them through. But yeah, there's not a lot of times that they remember him getting.
Too bad none of us are good at poison.
There's a question in chat, by the way.
Oh, what I miss?
What?
Just no elimination. Yeah, there's technically the master of lists and some scribes are all keeping track of who is doing the best, and people are getting points values at the end of the day. And people that are below a certain threshold that can't earn enough points to win tend to be the ones that are quitting each day. I'm just not fucking doing all of that because it would be an awful lot of bookkeeping for the 40 plus nights. So we're kind of winging it, and there's just points that are going on off screen a little bit as we get closer to the finals and we narrow the field. Yeah, we're just gonna say everybody's at a joust that could eliminate you from the running type of thing. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of narrative hand wavium instead of the formal brackets and stuff that we've done in the past, because this is all side tourney, just kind of a non sequitur amidst the wedding arc, and already assembling a list of 40 plus knights to be in it is enough. Yeah. So I'm not actually keeping track. I'm just pulling a couple people every day.
Well, I've earned the worst shit in the mountain. I'm not too worried if he were to come up as my opponent.
Davin just kind of lifts his eyebrows, like, okay, but does not speak. Tyrion is busy swirling his wine for one last gulp. Oris snorts aloud. So just gives a shrug.
That does not surprise me.
Oris is an unsettled creature.
He is. Alright,
Sorry, you sounded like you wanted to say something. No?
no,
She's
sorry.
typing instead. Okay.
It's a secret.
What's up with Bayla? Bayla's been awful quiet today. Doing all right?
Yeah, she's doing okay. She went and got her armor off, so she just has the gambeson on, and I'm sure she would have had plenty of stories of Aunt Elia and riding around archery lessons, time out in the desert, all that stuff,
Yeah, a couple times hunting bandits.
Yeah.
That sort of thing every now and then. Yeah.
Yeah. And she congratulate Sir Davin on beating Oris, who is no slouch in the saddle.
And Davin kind of sincerely goes, I'd heard that there was a new Aurochs storming the tourney circuit. I think it's lucky that I missed the last tourney in King's Landing, though you lot seemed entirely busy that week from what I'd heard.
We had a lot going
A
on.
little bit.
just a few things that needed dealing with. Trifling little trial by 7, as I recall hearing.
Yes.
They happen every other week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, we're Dornish. We're used to just minor betrayals. It's a Tuesday.
But yes, I decided to stay home for that one, and then didn't feel it was worth, if you'll pardon, and you may have noticed, a deucedly long trip to Nymaryen lands. So happy belated name day, let me say. But
Well, thank you.
the Braxes seem to have a fine time, and the Strongboars barely shut up about some peppers he's now been trying to get imported.
Yes, there was a dragon pepper eating contest, I believe, between Sir
Because when the
Oris here and
Strongbow and Oris are in the same
Well,
room, everything's a contest.
and there was the arm wrestling before that. So
There was a general dragon pepper eating contest, and there was an arm wrestling contest.
I look forward to telling the Strongboy that I can join him in having bested the Aurochs at something. I'm sure that he'll love hearing those stories. Almost as much as he loves to hear the stories about how he lost to Lady Bela today. No doubt. We'll be able to get quite a few rises out of old Lyle before long, I don't doubt.
he's a good sport about it all. He's a good man.
Indeed, he is.
And he has come a long way. He has a lot of respect for Bela now.
I
And
suppose
affection.
one needs to, once you've been knocked in the mud.
Well, it's a shame that has to happen first.
Yeah, things are a little different up here, but I think I've been able to put on a display that's impressed some people.
He nods. That you have. I noticed a few more small folk watching this afternoon. More than a few of them were women. I don't think it was me, or even Tyrion, that they were there for. Though it was nice to see you up on stage, finally, cuz. You could make it to the afternoon tilts? And Tyrion's like, of course, the other ones are far too early. And, banter.
Indeed.
Banter.
I think once he's kind of told the stories he has about Aunt Elia and have done some bantering, I think Adam's going to get a bit restless and go for like a walk, probably to the out in a kind of waterly direction.
Okay. It's easy to find. Technically, really easy, because if you walk far enough in any direction, you'll get there.
Yeah,
But to get to this coast is the quickest way. Yeah, you're able to head down, kind of, towards the docks, and they are a hustle and a bustle, even in the middle of the tourney. You're sure that they were busier in the days leading up to it, as all kinds of trade goods were coming in, since they were expecting a fresh influx of nobles and knights to purchase stuff. But yes, there's ships being loaded and unloaded, all kinds of cargo coming and going. There's a sea shanty off in the distance as guys are singing as they're hauling some freight. There's the cawing of gulls, and by this point, you're actually probably gonna be watching a pretty cool sunset over the ocean. So
yeah. I was kind of hoping that because got a little bit of an idea that might not fly, but yeah, Adam wants to like have a little look kind of up and down the coast and see if there's like a nice spot for watching a sunset.
kind of all of them. It's hard to go wrong. Yeah.
One that's not teeming with people, shall we say?
Sure. You could. I mean, it's sunset time right now, so it might be hard to fetch someone and make it there tonight. But if you're scouting, yeah. So yeah, like if you're scouting for tomorrow, you could probably find one. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, he'll like do that for a bit and think his thoughts, and then probably head back to our lodgings.
All right.
Presuming that that's going to get close to dinner time anyway.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of loosely dinner time at this point. Sundown, yada yada yada. Depends on how late people ate lunch or whatever. But yeah, there's definitely food ready when you get back to your inn. Lynn Corberet is nowhere to be found. He's not.
I
sitting in the-
didn't ask,
Yeah,
but thank you.
just letting you know. I assumed that if he was there, you'd want to know.
Yeah.
So, all right, back at the pavilions. Any other particular conversating that folk have planned?
I'm gonna kind of wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Raina? Any other, I don't know, forewarnings about the Highgarden trip, or mentioning other people that are coming because he may or may not know, or talking about designs on his sister, which he may or may not heard of, or I mean, like, there's
Is
topics
Joy
of
his,
discussion.
is Joy
How
his
much
sister?
is overstepping? I don't want to.
Joy is a cousin, but Serena Lannister is his sister.
Oh yes,
She's
Serena. Yeah.
also invited. But okay,
Well, I do let him know who else invited.
okay. Just you don't have to. I'm just trying to point he seemed to be kept kind of in the dark about the whole thing.
Right. And I'm like, all the people that have been invited were invited for reasons.
He goes, so mother couldn't make it, but I'm left traveling with my little sister instead. I suppose all in all, it's a favorable trade. Martin could squire
so.
for me if it's needed. Practically make me a king. Aunt Jenna's coming, though, and Aunt Dorna. Oh, well. Suppose some chaperones, only to be expected. But, not my mother, so call it a win.
Take your wins where you can get them.
And the Westerling girls.
And the Westerling girls.
And he just hms. That's all you get. So,
Pry, Raina, pry, please. Come on.
Oh, you
There's a
guys are
vibe
so
there.
cozy. I love it. Do I need to keep them separate from Lady Jenna?
You shouldn't. They don't tend to be openly rude. But yes, since the marriage with House Spicer, the Westerlings have not been, the shiniest gold in the Westerlands, let us say. The Westerlings needed coin, so they wed into a merchant family. And I think it's the only thing they could have done that was worse than being a broke noble house from the Westerlands.
Right, of course.
So they're not held in the highest of regard. An invitation to both of the girls and the Lady Cybele mayn't have earned you many points with the mothers.
Well, that's a shame. I look completely distraught at that idea.
Yes, oh no, I shall wail and gnash my teeth and throw myself into the sea. Yeah, and he just goes, they're comely enough girls, though. The younger one is deucedly quiet, but perhaps they'll have some luck in Highgarden.
Exactly. I think it'll be a beneficial trip to Highgarden for everyone.
And I'm certain I shan't see Serena for the rest of the week. She'll be busy at Taylor's.
Is that a good thing?
Getting dresses made for her trip to Highgarden.
My lord father likely thinks not, but it means one fewer sister teasing me all week. So I will take my victories where I find them.
Exactly.
She may add a bit more to your out of character, what would the word be? Not really caravan.
Entourage.
Yeah, she may bring a bit more luggage than you were hoping, but it's not every day a woman of her age gets invited to a wedding in Highgarden.
Exactly so. I have brought my own. I know it's a French word, but portmanteau. You know, my whole. Uh,
I'm not sure those
however,
have been invented yet, but like chests, definitely.
right, and I fully expect that Lady Olenna has her own designs on what is considered appropriate as a wardrobe for myself. So I expect to find plenty.
I've got several opening statements locked and loaded and ready to go based on what you're wearing when you first roll up to her. Don't worry.
I'll be wearing
We'll,
travel clothes.
we'll worry about it then. I'm just saying, depending on what you're wearing the first time you see her, I have options. I am ready.
Oh Lord.
These rocket launchers are loaded and ready to go.
Just know there's no right answer.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing. Yeah, there will be nothing you can say, or nothing you can wear that would be correct. You could magically show up in the wedding gown that she has prepared for you, and she would find something wrong with it.
How predictable.
Yeah, like, oh, white? Don't you think that's a bit dishonest? Before that, like just whatever you show up in, she's gonna find fault in. So
Do
don't
I
worry.
mean
Say
so
white's
little?
not a
Not-
thing.
It's not you. I know. I was just being a
Not
real
one
life.
of those
I
things.
was just being a real boomer lady for a second. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. And
Um,
for the record, chat and anybody who cares, I already have the wedding dress figured out. I think I already showed the
Yes.
family.
yeah, you have. We're just riffing on it.
But you just know that, like, once you get to Highgarden, that, like, Lady Olenna's going to be like, I guess that'll do.
Never mind. Everyone home. Out. We're keeping him. Yeah, no, it's just fine. It's just, like I said, just remember, it's never actually you. When the Lady Olenna is mean, it's the Lady Olenna. But
It's just her being her.
yeah.
Well, Taylor Creative, that will work. He doesn't care for it much.
So all right. Frankly, I'm out for the session. A bit of
We want it. We beat it.
A bit of discussinating with Davin and Tyrion was the last of what I had planned. And I think we are gonna do the joust finals and the melee next session is what I have planned. But this
So
was
don't-
what
40 minutes.
We beat Game of Thrones. We did it.
Yes, like yeah. So like I said, it's up to you guys to like
Well, if you'd let me find my boyfriend, fuck's sake.
maybe the fact he's avoiding you except to put things inside you means he's not a very great boyfriend.
So clingy.
Or, how am I supposed to, like, confront him about that if you won't let me find him?
That's the trick. Hey, Felicia, take another drink real quick while we're on stream for a second. Is it the mug? Is it the good one? Look at this. It's the great strong. Hold it up so we can see it closer. Just don't like spill it, but hold it up close to the camera. The G came off in the wash, so it's just strong women, super strong. And because apparently you're not supposed to put that one in the dishwasher, which I did not know.
If women are so strong, why did G come off this one cup?
Rub the G.
Therefore, everything's too woke.
So
Therefore, everything's what?
yes, everything's too woke.
Too woke.
Oh, no.
I, for one, blame Ray on the state of your mug.
They're ruining He-Man.
Yep.
You just pick from a list.
It's all Ray and Captain Marvel's fault.
Of all, the only bad thing about the new Star Wars movies was Rey exist.
Let's not get into it.
So,
A woman
Uh.
character in a Star Wars? They went too
So-
far this time.
aside from trying to track down the daytime elusive Lynn Corbray, does anybody have NPCs that they are trying to find or conversating that they want to do back at the inn that night?
No, I kind of hate Lannisport.
Okay.
Why?
It's full of these Lannisportsters, or Lannisters, I'm going to call them. I don't like them.
Okay.
Why?
Okay. But,
Yeah,
well,
what-
Many
before we-
reasons.
before we continue the out of character discussion about how
Is he in
Robert has
character?
decided to hate Lannisters,
And I will be in my room hating Lannisters, and you can feel free to come up and ask me.
okay.
Mm-mm.
Is there an in-character discussion planned for the common room? Raina, do you want to talk to anybody? Bayla, you want to talk to anybody?
Come on, just like don't do me out of 40 minutes of my like one thing that makes my life worth living.
I'm having fun in our cyberpunk game, Erica.
Oh, right, okay.
I'll take Ash's XP from here on out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it was hyperbole, people.
I, for the record, was being completely sincere.
I thought I had a
not mind-
fun introduction of a new sub-villain yesterday in our Star Trek game, but Ash says, fuck that shit.
I only get this game every 2 weeks.
A guy got Tommy gunned to death in a Star Trek game. That doesn't happen every day.
Like, how many times this session has someone like taken something that I've said like not seriously and like made me feel like an asshole for it?
I mean, that's how friends are. That's
Let
what
me
friendship is.
Let me check my spreadsheet.
Have you heard how me and fucking Rusty talk?
I keep score. All my friends.
Sorry, I'm having what shouldn't be an on-stream meltdown right now. But,
Well, please don't,
Um,
because it sounds like it's just going to be a little bit of an early day then, because we did not fill it with as many conversations as I thought we might, and I'm certainly not going to like.
Raina wouldn't pry when I being too polite to people.
I mean, you guys are back at the inn. There's no Davin, there's no Tyrion with you this time. It's you lot and Oris and a few nameless. There's background drawings of NPCs, and barkeep, but like, you guys can conversate if you want to conversate. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I would love to, but like,
All right. Well, then, what I want to know is what you guys think about Davin.
he seems alright.
I will be up in my room if you want to ask.
Yeah, I think he's perfectly fine. I
Seems like an all right.
worry, maybe that's too strong of a word. I just, how Aunt Elia can be.
Can be.
I-
Yes.
Well, let's just say that like Adam has noticed the absence of Luke and is going to go and like chap on his door and check if he's okay.
That's
all right.
Because he doesn't normally isolate himself like that.
So the
Right,
girls.
let the girls talk first, so we can.
So the girls are talking about David Lannister, and the boys are off in their room talking about football and
Like
trucks.
Transformers.
I mean, the intent was to go and fetch him, but like,
Okay.
I'll probably
So-
ask him what's up. But I'm just
so you
naming
guys-
that that's all.
Right. So you guys get that far in the conversation downstairs when Adam knocks on Luke's door.
Is it a servant witch? I need more wine.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it is your brother.
You have disappointed me, but come on in. What's up?
Well, I couldn't help but notice that you weren't joining us in the common room. I wanted to check if everything was all right.
I think you're great. This is a great place. I love this place.
Okay, that didn't sound particularly sincere.
Well, lying is a muscle like any other. You have to work it. I probably haven't been working it out recently.
No, that's all right. I'm not good at it either. But do you want to tell me what's up?
I just don't feel very comfortable here.
Okay, is there something we could do to make you more comfortable?
I guess murder all the Lannisters. Well, Tyrion's okay, I guess, but that doesn't seem applicable or doesn't seem feasible.
Well, yes, the ones we've met are rather tedious, but I mean, don't let them ruin the time that you're having here.
What time am I having here? It's not like this is a grand holiday I've planned and they're ruining it. It's just a stop we were making.
All right, so then why? I mean, it sounds like you're putting a lot of stock in it. Then, I mean, why not just have like a nice time at a tourney with your family and your friends? Well, some of them.
Did you see the first person I jousted?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't make. He exists in the world. We sometimes have to exist near people we don't like.
And I should have killed him. When I saw him, I know the crowd laughed at him when he wanted to continue the fight on foot, and I wasn't there. But when I saw that, I wish I was there.
Well, that's fair enough. Are you planning on doing anything about that? I'm not asking.
And that just pisses me off. I should.
Well,
but I haven't seen eye to hair of him fucking since then, so. I mean, you know the rumors, right? You're not an idiot. You hear gossip.
Oh, so kind of you to notice.
Well.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
And here we are in the, well, you might as well be the home of the man who ordered that shit. Being friendly with all the Lannisters. Listen, Tyrion's fine, I guess, for what he is. I don't hate all of them, but fucking, it feels like I'm betraying something every time we befriend one. It's uncomfortable.
I think I can understand that. Though I feel, well, of course.
And that was before they fucked you out of a tourney win. What was that shit?
Honestly,
Master of List, my ass.
Well, I'm more annoyed about.
I'd half a mind to go up there and fucking challenge him to a duel.
Look, I very much appreciate your support, but I was coming in second no matter what. I'm more annoyed about Robert.
You coming in second is fine. Was a great archer. You lose. That's fine. But you and Little Robert didn't have a chance to lose properly because of those assholes.
And yeah, it's annoying, but I'm trying. I'm just. I mean, it's not on the same scale as what you're experiencing, and
it's just another bit of Lannister bullshit on top of the pile.
It is, but for what it's worth, I am trying to not let it ruin my entire week and make me lock myself in my room being unhappy.
I will give up a week if it means not making friends with those assholes.
I mean, nobody's asking you to be friends with them. Really, you don't need to be friends with them.
And maybe I should have had this talk with Reyna, but yeah, the idea of him when he was a squire,
I mean, Reyna and Bella are still downstairs. You can come down and talk about it if you want.
And say what exactly?
Well, you said you wanted to have the conversation with Reyna.
Well, no, I said I maybe should have had one. I didn't say I want to have one. I don't want to have one at all.
I see. I mean, I generally find that talking to people about what's on your mind usually doesn't hurt.
And I 100% think that's a great idea for other people. So yeah, I'm not I'm not in here crying in my pillow, but aside from a few drinks of Tyrion and this and that, I'm not out there finding servants to marry off to the fucking Lannister horde.
Now, look, Rhaena's doing what she has to do for the house. Don't judge her for that.
Rhaena grew up very protected. And in a lot of ways, it's a very good thing. But it also means some of these things may not be at the forefront of her mind.
She has been trained personally by our grandfather. I really wouldn't discount her abilities.
The grandfather you can't help but argue with all the time.
Our personal disagreement is nothing to do with his competence as a leader and a teacher to Rhaena.
Isn't it all the same thing? His decision making you don't agree with?
No, I wouldn't say that he made one decision about my life that I didn't agree with. That doesn't mean that I think all the decisions he makes are bad. I mean, there's definitely decisions that he makes that I disagree with, but I don't think that meant he taught Rhaena badly. He knows a lot about eating.
I'm not saying he inherently did. Rhaena is quite competent, but she also doesn't have the same, for lack of a better term, grudges I may have.
I mean, to be honest, I think that's to her credit. She's much more capable of making useful alliances and negotiating with people. Because she's not going to challenge someone to a fight because she has a distaste of them.
Well, those alliances only last until you need them. In which case, Lannisters have a history of turning on the people who need them.
Right. Look, I appreciate you telling me this, but I kind of feel like this is probably a conversation you need to have with Rhaena, because it sounds like you're doubting her leadership, and I'm not really in a position to answer that. I want to help and support.
I doubt the usefulness of this in tandem with the Lannisters. That is true.
I think that she should know that you feel that way.
If she doesn't yet, I'll be a little surprised, but...
I mean, I'm more than happy to pass on the message.
Pass it on. If she doesn't know and she wants further elaboration, I'm not going anywhere.
Very well. Is there anything I can do for you right now that would make you feel better?
Yeah, bring me some more wine, I guess.
Fine.
Hey, real quick. Are you fucking Corbray?
Why would you ask me that?
I'm not an idiot, I guess, is the main reason.
You what, sorry?
I am not an idiot, I guess, is the main reason.
Well, I'm going to presume Adam has already closed the door, by the way. I'm just going to say that right now. Well,
No,
if...
This has all been yelled across the hall.
These fucking Lannister, you ass! Here's the deal about them. Let me go over.
But yeah, the door's been closed, etc., etc. It's fine. Yes.
If you must know, yes. Since the twins.
Alright. Cool.
Okay.
That is not the response I was expecting.
I think Lynn's a blowhard, and he's not worth half the words he fucking talks, but I don't care if you fuck him. He's a good fighter. I don't think he's worth giving any more than that to, but...
You're entitled to your opinion.
Indeed.
So you're not gonna tell me to stop?
I mean, you already fucking paid the man. How much? Get your money's worth. Nothing else.
Can I tell him you said that?
I'll tell him. Fucking...
Well, I mean, it would be helpful if I could actually find him.
Listen, I don't fucking hate Corbray. I think he's half full of shit, and half... The problem is he can half back up what he says, but the other half is full of shit. But you and him fucking something together is not an issue in and of itself.
All right. That is oddly reassuring.
But hey, the fucking man wouldn't have invited him to come with us, right?
That was you?
Yeah, brother, it was.
I see.
Hey, just give me some more wine, okay?
As you wish, sir.
About time. Get some respect around here.
Fuck off. And he'll go get, and he's gonna go get some wine for his grumpy brother.
All right, so the twins will see Adam taking a bunch of wine upstairs, and we'll cut back to their conversation while Adam does that.
Yeah, I mean, in passing, he's just gonna say, Reyna, Luke probably wants a word. You probably should have a word with Luke soon.
Okay, so Adam says that while fetching a lot of wine to take right back to Luke right now.
Yeah.
Do the sisters want to go up with them? Or do they want to tell Adam to tell Luke to come down here? Or do they, like, what are you guys doing? What are you gals doing,
Well,
technically?
You're sort of in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, okay. So
By all
let's
means,
so we'll conversate for the few minutes, and then we'll say Adam showed up. So, conversate. Talking about Davin, seeming to be an okay guy, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you know how Aunt Ellie is. What if she doesn't want to go along? Like obviously, like we can make the choice for the family, but is that something we would do in this case?
I, Felicia, don't know. Rusty has always said that if we make a marriage contract for any NPCs, that it will happen without any problems.
Yeah, like legally, they are obliged to do so. She's not gonna like flip out and leave. She's not gonna like go to Essos. She's not gonna, but.
I mean, I don't want to like curse her to be angry and upset with us for the rest of our lives, because that would get very tiresome.
The other thing to keep in mind is that it could depend on exactly how the marriage is described. How married was Adam going to be to Sorella Sand? Were either of them going to not fuck someone they wanted to fuck because of it? Or was it, right? So it just depends on how the wedding gets sold. It depends, but then you might have to sell that type of wedding to Davin. Right? Like, listen, you guys are technically married. She still gets to fuck other dudes who get a tower when she dies. Like, that might not be the marriage he's looking for, so, like, there are things that, there's weddings a spectrum.
And I don't know.
Right? Like, marriage is a thing. It can be a lot of different.
Something that we discussed with Aunt Elia as far as, like, what does she want in this? She's always just wanted to be left alone out there, to run her tower, and so be it. And she's been content with that.
Mm-hmm. You think she'll see this as an intrusion?
I'm not sure. I mean, I find him appealing, and she probably would. She likes big, strapping knight types, as long as they're not assholes, and he doesn't appear to be an asshole.
Yeah, that appears to be the case. Yeah.
I mean, we just met him, right? So,
yeah.
I don't know what he's going to expect from his bride.
Yeah, I mean, he's likable enough, certainly within the realm of probably what she likes too, given past experiences.
Our observances of her activities.
I don't think she would say no to that necessarily, but tossing in, marriage with sort of the implication of, hey, what do you think about marrying him? Wink, wink.
she doesn't have an heir. It's never really come up as an issue. Uh, but she doesn't have an heir.
Right.
And whether or not they have an heir together, which I don't know at this point if that's something she wants, because we've never talked about it. But even if they chose not to, she, and she would at least have an option of someone else to, I mean, he's younger than her, but not by how much older is? How old is he?
He is late 20s, like 27.
Okay.
So
She is.
she's maybe like 10 years older than him, maybe.
Yeah, she is 40-ish.
Yeah, because she's not going to be having a baby. I mean, in this setting, having a child at 40 is a death sentence. I mean, it's not that it doesn't happen. It's not like
Elia would shoot the stranger in the eye and live.
right? I don't know, but she. Anyway, I think she would consider it at least with an open mind. And that's all I really am asking at this point, because as long as I think that it would be a good marriage in that he would be an asset in any future problems we have.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, we went to war not too long ago, right? And
Right.
it's likely to happen again in our lifetime.
Yeah. Judging by those dry history books, I would say it's a certainty.
And he is an accomplished knight.
I guess I just wonder what's the other. How's it gonna shake out
If she
We-
says absolutely fucking not,
right? Like, yeah. What if some set of circumstances leads to them not getting married? Is that going to like throw everything else that you've been talking about this week into jeopardy? Does that mean no joy? No.
I don't think so. I tend to have been thinking of his marriage to us as like the primary goal, with everything else being bonus. But
On the
Right.
topic of landed bannermen that need heirs, don't forget his sister Serena is also part of the conversation. And you've
Right.
got Sir Adam Bridington and Sir Garrus Drinkwater that would need heirs. And don't forget, if there's a marriage with Davin, there may also then be something on the table for Desmera Redwine, if you wanted another tie to the Reach. She could potentially be on the table as part of brokering stuff. Because out of character, if I was Paxter Redwine, and I was looking at Davin Lannister, who has fine breeding but inherits nothing, and then I was instead offered Garrus Drinkwater, who might, in due time, become your bannerman lord of the Ironwood lands, or Sir Adam Bridington, who is already a knight of some repute and lord of a tower, and I knew that my daughter might become lady of those, like lady of Bridington lands after the, like
that's
she's
a much better.
she's also kind of in play. So like there's a lot of moving parts that as soon as you move one, you remember those little fucking puzzles that were all like
Oh,
little
yeah.
square tiles that had like
Yeah,
one
it's
empty
like-
spot. Like it's kind of that where like you've got a lot of potential stuff going on here with, because ultimately it's your bannerman. It's kind of up to you who they marry. Like you can arrange that shit, and then it just comes down to who else can I talk it to, how well can I sell it to people. You're also potentially looking at who's gonna run Danit lands. We can probably make some deal with Bryce Karen to formally have a new Lord or Sir of Danit lands because she has married and left, and those lands are still ours. So like you could, that's another spot that you could put a couple if you want to. So you've got spots that need filling, and I don't just mean for JJ's.
Oh my god.
That's my
You're welcome. But yeah, so you've got a lot of potential. You've got a lot of banner houses to potentially populate, and every one of them could forge you an alliance. So it just comes down to what you want to do. Yeah.
So I impart this.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hope that we can maneuver it in that direction.
Ideally, I would have Davy to Aunt Elia and Serena to Sir Adam Bridington
Mm-hmm.
because she's the older of between her and because we were talking about Gwyneth, right?
They do also have
Muriel.
another. Yeah, they Davin and Serena do also have a younger sister. Their mother was more interested and kind of urgent about marrying off Serena, who is a little older. She's 25, right? So they're kind of like, let's get Serena married off first. But there is potentially Muriel Lannister also on the table. There is also potentially both of the Westerling girls on the table.
And they're both a little older, I think.
Jane Westerling is 17, Elena is 13.
Okay.
So they're still both pretty young. There's, like I said, there are lots of moving parts. There's Martin Lannister.
How
One
old
of
is Desmara?
Desmara Red
Red
Wine, I want to say is like 16. She is of an age with Marjorie, but again, we're being a little bit fuzzy because in the books, everyone is kind of creepily young. So she is 17. Desmara Red Wine is 17 right now.
So Gwyneth wants to be married outside of Dorne.
That
She would
is
like to pursue a life outside of Dorne.
her thought is that she has a better chance of not being regarded as the traitor's daughter outside of Dorne, which is who he betrayed. So her thought is like, hey, I'm still a daughter of the blood royal. That's, and Lannister houses aren't going to be looking for dowries. So, like, my name might be all they want. If they're looking for an influx of noble blood they're not related to.
Right.
Like, she feels, and probably rightly so, that she might have a better chance outside of Dorne.
And I'm all for that.
Yeah.
If that's and so that would put her being brokered by these ladies that we're working with right now, right?
That seems to basically be their angle.
Okay.
Because it's another way for them to also gain favor among their banner folk, right? If they're able to hook up somebody's young son with this highborn woman, this is how they do stuff, right? Like, this is how the women get their power outside of Dorne. They don't get to necessarily do it with the spear also, but this is the favors that they can broker. So, like, she's kind of a catch for them.
Yeah, so something to think about, and I don't know if we should concern ourselves too much about this, but we may not want to tie ourselves too deeply into the Lannister bloodline, right? Like if we're going to accept Sir Davin and the older daughter.
His sister Serena.
Sister Serena.
Is that the one you're talking about? Okay.
Yep, and then also allow Gwyneth to be married off to Lannister hands. That's 3 ties right
Well,
there.
right there, yes. And that, but with having those ties, that gives us increased trade opportunities.
I agree. I don't. I just worry if we were going to add extra people from Lannister lands on top of that, we might be sort of
Too many Lannisters.
too many,
Yeah,
because people
That's
would
fine.
start expecting us to be a little bit more, have to be tied in to their politics. When
Right.
I mean, we studied the books a little bit, and you definitely more than me, but I don't like they're tied in with the king right now, right? Like, so if something happens there and the Lannisters get pulled in, if we have too many ties, that could be awkward if Prince Doran feels a different way.
As a quick out of character note on doing this sort of math, the good news is none of these potential marriages with Westerlanders are with you lot. It's with Bannermen. So it is,
Yeah.
marriages potentially that are subservient to yours. So Rhaena's tie to Highgarden is stronger. Your tie to the Stormland, So it would take 2 or 3 Lannister marriages to even kind of equal one Nymaryen. But
Yeah.
so don't don't just get too fooled by numbers, because you are marrying them to people below you. And also, though, remember,
We're expecting there to be
technically,
more talk of marriages with people in the Reach.
Yes, that too. Like,
and
this could all change in
Right.
a short
And-
time.
and also remember that the histories, and this includes the ballads, like not just dry history books, are full of tragic tales of knights that have sworn fealty to a new house because they swore fealty to a new house and then had to kill their brother on the battlefield, or whatever. But like, that's expected. You're not supposed to be a Lannister anymore if you go and become the blank of Sandstorm, the Knight of Sandstorm Tower. Like, yes, personally and dramatically, you would still be a Lannister, like, but legally,
Legally, they would be swearing to us.
yeah. So there's a lot of that sort of tradition and stuff in too, but there is also an alliance that's supposed to be formed, as part of this sort of thing. So yeah, it is an entanglement, but it's not the sort of thing where he's then allowed to go, well, I'm a Lannister, right, and like fuck off.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so that's probably the
yeah.
time where Adam comes down
yeah, we can have
for the
Adam
wine.
I'll be honest, they're not supposed to stab a king either, but they do it.
So yeah, Adam was like gathering like armfuls of wine, and by the way,
We
Rhaena,
are going
like,
to go up, but I think we're going to open with this conversation next time.
Yeah. So if the twins are going to head up with Adam to have a 4-way sibling convo in the traditional Targaryen fashion, we will.
No.
Oh god.
What's all the wine for?
I guess I'll put my clothes
Alright.
back on.
I really misread the room. My bad. Yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, none of Adam's siblings are his type, so.
Man, just stab Luke in the back. Damn.
Right?
You guys are being really mean to each other this session.
Gay doesn't mean attracted to you, right?
So, all right, we will pick up with that convo for discussing these potential marriages, and we might need a flow chart, because we're talking.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Well, Davin, Serena, Joy, Martin Lannister, Jane and Elena Westerling, Desmera Redwine. Potentially, you've got Adam Bridington and Elia. Something to do with the lands of House. I just goddamn forgot because I scrolled away from it for 5 seconds. Will and Ironwood, and God damn it, the one you just married off. I've just completely drawn a blank.
Damn it.
Damn it, Jesus! I could not. I kept wanting to go like Danister, Don. I just can't remember names today. But like,
Don,
you-
Dan, Danister, damn
so
it.
there's those potential shufflings
Cyrus's
around.
full name.
You've got Adam Brynington, Garrus Drinkwater, and Aunt Alia. You've got, so there's lots of moving parts and potentially more, because if you wanted to pitch things a certain way, maybe you could get little Robert Frey. You guys could fucking knight him tomorrow, if you wanted, and maybe suddenly he and Joy
Yeah,
Hill
why-
are a conversation. Like
yeah, why haven't you united him? What's wrong with you?
you've got all kinds of NPCs that you could potentially try to pull into stuff, and then a lot of this could then be proposed to your uncle, the Prince of Dorne, which might expedite the process of formally making Will lands not just a protectorate, and Ironwood lands formally becoming blank of House blank.
Right.
So
He expects us to do something with our
so
bannermen.
welcome. Yep. So welcome to kingdom management in a not mechanical way, right? Like this is the tricky part of some of those video games where you're running generations of a kingdom and stuff.
I've got a flow chart. It says Lannister equal no.
So lots of stuff to think about, and we will kick off that conversation in 2 weeks' time. On August the 23rd, I think, if I mathed right, no promises. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. We hope you had a good time with our mix of tilting and getting tilted in that uniquely Sea of Spears fashion. We will have the finals of the joust, the melee, and this conversation coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys could also potentially marry Alison Mormont to somebody, and then maybe she would send for her children, like to come on down, have a couple of bear cubs running around.
I'm very
Skin
in favor.
changers.
It just occurred to me. I was like, oh wait, they've got her. So yeah, like you guys got lots of potential moving parts, and then of course, with this new wedding to Highgarden, there's potentially more than Desmara Redwine that might want in on this Nymaryen meteoric rise. So you guys are a hot commodity right now, and as such, so are your bannermen. So there's lots of conversating
Just
to be
say
done.
no.
And out of characterly, just to make sure everybody's clear, like if you present these pairings well, Grandpa Makar's gonna probably rubber stamp stuff. Like I don't want to make you guys think you can just go, ha ha ha, let's marry Adam Brynington to Garrus Drinkwater, checkmate, Grandpa.
You got it.
But like, for most of these, because I want player characters to be making decisions, if you find some cool stuff, if you sell it, you sell it, right? And we should be good to go. So lots of discussions to potentially be happening in coming weeks. And should be a good time. So come back in a couple weeks, everybody. Thanks for hanging out today. Thanks you for your bits and your cheers and your subscriptions and all that good stuff. They are, as always, absolutely appreciated. Don't forget that I'm here on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at noon Central playing some Vidya games. Lately, we've been doing a lot of Hades, a little bit of Overwatch. I think I'm good on Overwatch now. Like, we're done with the special event, almost. Emergency Overwatch on Friday because I had not played Overwatch all week, so I didn't get some stuff. I need to get my wins. But we're probably gonna be going back to Hades, which has been a heckin' roller coaster ride. It's been a really fun game, so we're playing that right now. And I hope we'll see everybody back here soon. Anybody got anything they want to pitch? Any games to randomly tell people to buy, or any good books, or favorite new movie, or anything like that?
Register to vote.
Okay.
Register to vote.
Always good advice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's good stuff. Going once, going
And
twice.
then vote.
Hydrate. Drink lots of water. That's important too. And going 3 times. I guess we. Oh, Ash, some
Ow.
some
I was-
exotic wisdom from across the Atlantic.
Extend to yourself the compassion that you extend to others.
I don't do that, so.
I would, but I'm a dick. That's fine. It's actually really good advice, and it's important. Like I said, I often say things like, "Be as patient with yourself as you would someone else." Right? There's lots of ways to phrase what's actually like really super good advice.
Gen-
Super hard to do.
All right. So with that, we will leave you on that positive note.
Night, Gary.
Jerry Springer fashion. Take care of yourselves and each other, and we'll see you next time, everybody.
He and I share a birthday.
Bye, Rudy.
You and Jerry Springer.